សូមអញ្ជើញអង្គុយចុះអង្គមានជំរះកាសបន្តទៅដំណើរ
The President, the court is now in session.
ពិភាក្សាដេញដោលថ្ងៃនេះគឺបន្តនៃការស្ដាប់សក្ខីកម្មសាក្សី
We're going to hear further testimony from Prak Khan before we give the floor to the prosecutors. The chamber would like the greffier to verify the attendance of the parties and person concerned in today's session. The greffier, Mr. President, the parties to the proceedings today are all present. Witness Prak Khan is here in the courtroom, and witness KW11 is also present and awaiting someone from the court. The later witness has no relation to the accused or to the civil parties, and he has already taken an oath. The President, next, we would like to give the floor to the co-prosecutors to put questions to this witness. The floor is yours. The President, the counsel for the witness, we note you on your feet. Mr. Kung Som-on, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to raise few comments concerning the questionings put to the witness by Judge Lavenge yesterday, and later on the witness seemed to be mixed up, and I would like to point out these matters again so that Judge Lavenge could seek further clarification from the witness. There are two issues. First, regarding the documents concerning the testimony given to the co-investigating judges, and that document was not presented to the witness to prove that he did make such testimony. And the witness showed his position already in the morning when asked by Judge Yasser Khan concerning the self-incrimination matter, and the witness exercised his right not to respond to any such question. And later on, after he was asked by the Judge Lavenge regarding the testimony before the co-investigating judges, the witness responded, although he was not quite sure whether the activities as mentioned in the questions before the co-investigating judges related to the activities he committed personally, or was the activity committed on the orders of his superior. That's why, if the President allows, I think this witness should be asked again by Judge Lavenge to clarify whether he committed the tortures by himself spontaneously, of course, or upon the orders from his superior. Thank you. President, before we respond to your observation in the name of the President of the Trial Chamber of the Extraordinary Chambers in the Courts of Cambodia once again remind Mr. Prakhon, in the name of the witness, you can reject to respond to any questions that you are afraid that your testimony could self-incriminate you. Number two, as a witness, you have the duty to talk only about the truth, something you witnessed, you have known. And yesterday, the hearing of the testimony regarding that particular section came to an end, and yet this morning such testimony was challenged by a lawyer at your counsel. So you are reminded again that, Mr. Witness, that if you feel any response would or could self-incriminate you, then you should immediately consult your counsel before you could respond to such questions. And the defense, or the counsel, correction, should also be quick enough to consult your client when you note that any response to such question would put your client at risk of self-incrimination. And it is not appropriate to raise this matter after the session regarding that particular matter already passed. And if this practice repeats itself, it makes the chamber find it difficult to proceed expeditiously. So please be mindful of this matter. The President, after having taken into account the comments raised by the counsel for the witness, and having discussed with the judges of the bench, the request is rejected. So we are not going to go back to what happened yesterday as suggested by the council, and as I already mentioned, from now on what we are mindful of is to make sure that the proceedings can move more expeditiously. And now I would like to give the floor to the co-prosecutors. Co-prosecutor, Mr. President, Your Honors, Mr. Prakhon, good morning. Yesterday you stated about the security regulations. You explained that these regulations were seen in all sections in the S21. Now, can you tell us who wrote such regulations and when were they written? And to the best of your recollection, when did you first see these regulations? Did you see them when you first started work at S21, or did you come to know these regulations during any particular study session? We were instructed on these security regulations during study sessions, and they were written and put in every room. And I don't remember when we were instructed or told about these rules and regulations, but as usual, interrogators should have a record of such rules and regulations in their notebook, and at their living room they would put a sticky note regarding these regulations. Prosecutor, thank you. Who actually wrote those regulations, the regulations we saw yesterday on the screen? Response. I don't know who wrote them because everyone could write it, so I have no idea who would be the author of the writings. Prosecutor, when you started working at S21 in 1976, did you see that rule and regulations already? Response. At the beginning, I had not seen those rules. I came to know it at a later date. Prosecutor, thank you. Yesterday, you have spoken of a child who was dropped from the upper floor of the building. With the President's leave, may I ask that the building, the compound of the S21 be put on display again so that the witness can show the court from which building in particular the child was dropped. ERN 00
ERN លេខ 00 18 13 96
Again, ERN 00189137, say the President, the AV unit is advised to put it on the screen. Prosecutor, this is the map of the genocidal museum. So, Mr. Prakon, can you please point to the picture from which building was the child dropped? Prakon. These buildings were not the building I saw the child was being dropped. I saw the child was being dropped from another building which is outside of the compound, next to the firefighter department. And there was a 3-story building there. And when the detainees were brought in, they would be kept and walked to the last floor of that building. And Dak Bu tried to wrest the baby from his mother, and he was carrying the baby, and when the mother was kept and locked inside the room, Dak Bu dropped him from the floor. He was standing and I was on the ground floor outside of the building, so I could see the child being dropped, and I was signaled by Bu to remove the baby, and I noted that he died, so I had him buried next to the theater. Prosecutor, thank you. Have you also noticed any killings of other children instead of this one child? Response, no, I had not seen any other killing of children. The President, the AV unit is instructed to turn to the normal view. Mr. Co-Prosecutor, Mr. President, I would like to apologize, but I would like to have the picture or the photo put on the screen again because I need to talk something about the photo. The President, the AV unit is instructed to put it back. Co-Prosecutor, yesterday you talked about the detention of a foreigner or foreigners. So in which building, if you can see in this photo, were the foreigners detained? Response. At the staircase, I noted that the foreigners were detained at building C. Co-Prosecutor, on which store or on which floor were they detained? Response, the first floor. Prosecutor, thank you. Next question. May the AV unit be instructed to turn the screen to the normal view with the President's leave. Prosecutor, you were the interrogator at S21. When detainees were being walked to be interrogated, what would be your impression concerning the physical condition of each detainee being walked to be interrogated? Response. What would your question be? Are you asking about the general detainees or any particular detainee? Prosecutor, the question is rather referring to general detainees and also the detainee you walked to be interrogated. Response, I had not seen all the detainees because I was on guard outside, or I was outside and the doors or the windows were closed, but I saw detainees who were, after their interrogation, sustaining some wounds on their body or backs, because after they were sent to the chewing group, they would be beaten. Prosecutor, thank you. The next question. With the President's leave, I would like document with under ERN 0018 1437 be put on display, please. The President of the AV unit is advised to put this document 0018-1437 on the screen.
នៅក្នុងរូបភាពនេះ
Prosecutor, if you look at this picture, you are pointing to the instruments of torture. Can you please once again tell the court what were the equipments seen in the photo from your best recollection? Response. At that time, I was pointing to the equipments. Actually, they were not the equipments or instruments used to beat the detainees. If these kind of tools were used to beat them, they would have died. None could survive. Prosecutor, thank you. Next question. With the chamber's leave, may I ask that another photo under ERN 00189137 Annex 48/1/8 be put on display. The President, the AV unit is instructed to put document with ERN 00189131 as correction 37 be put on the screen. Prosecutor, this is an aerial photograph about the museum. So you can see these buildings A, B, C, and D. And in the compound, you can see some buildings lying right from the front gate. Having looked at this photo, can you tell the court in which section would the detainees be put before they sent to each respective building? Response. Should I also point the path or the road to that location? The prosecutor, if you can, please do so. Response. Having a look at the photo, I can tell you that this is the place where detainees would have been walked from. So this is the sewage canal. The President, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, how could you ask the witness to explain the photo by way of understanding himself alone? And what about the parties to the proceeding? We seem to have problem understanding how he can point from which direction to which, because we have no clue. Co-Prosecutor, Mr. Prakhon, I would like now to tell you a little bit. If you look at the lower part of the photo, it is road 350. And the first road starting from that road is road 3
ហើយនៅផ្លូវ
10
លើជាប់
or
សារមន្ទីរដែលជាប់នឹងអាគារខូហ្នឹងគឺជាផ្លូវលេខ320
And next to the building, there is another road, road 320. Can you please tell the court on which road, as I mentioned earlier, were you taking the detainees to S21? The president, we note lawyer Hong Kum Soon is on his feet. Mr. Hong Kum Soon, I would like to apologize for interrupting the co-prosecutor. I think by way of explaining like that, I think it is still difficult to understand what we are talking about. Should there be any other approach instead? Prosecutor, with the president leave, it would be better if the photo be put on the projector. The president, you are allowed to do that.
Co-prosecutor, court officer, could you please give the witness a pen so that he can use it to indicate the locations on the map? Co-prosecutor, let me restate. The street below is 350, and the top part is the north, and east is on your right, and west is on your left, and below is the south. So the street adjacent to the compound is 350, and next 348, and in front is 330, and the street above adjacent to the compound is 320. Can you tell us which street when you took the prisoners to be interrogated? Response: Yes, I can indicate that. On street 320, between the Tul's line and the Zurich Canal. So the location is around those houses, and they are all the interrogation houses. And along that street, there were also houses for interrogations. That is the location where I worked. Question: Can you use the pen to circle the location? That is the location where I worked at that time. It's on street 320. And that location is in the middle between the Zurich Canal and the main compound. Let me say it again, on Street 320. So from the entrance going toward the east, and it's in the middle between the sewage canal and the compound, and the house was on the right side of the street. There is also another passage with the house facing the east, and they're all interrogation houses. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Can you indicate the location where the blood was drawn from the prisoners, and also another location where a child was dropped from the upper floor? Or maybe the location is a little bit further at the bottom part of the sketch? Court officer, can you assist? Going a little bit further down, says the co-prosecutor. Yes, actually move the sketch to the bottom part. Please indicate the locations where the blood was drawn from the prisoners and where a child was dropped from the upper floor. Yes, I can show the locations. That is the main entrance of the current tools line, and a little bit toward that location, that is the medical office. So that was the location where the blood was drawn, yes. And the location where a child was dropped, actually there was a street coming from the north, and from the Mê Plương. And at that junction, at that corner, that was the location. Because there was a small passage towards Tom Pung at that junction. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. I do not have more questions for you, and I would like to give the floor to my international co-prosecutor. The President, I noticed the presence of François Roux. You take the floor.
Mr. President, for the needs of the written record, I believe that it would be a good idea to indicate letters on different locations that the witness has pointed out to us. For example, letter A, letter B, and letter C. A being the first point that he indicated where he was working, B being the place where blood was being drawn, according to what he's saying, and C being the place where, according to what he's saying again, he saw the child being thrown from the building. And then we could then keep this document and include it in the file and make it available to the parties, if the Chamber agrees.
The President, the Chamber agrees to the request made by the Defense Counsel regarding the locations, the three locations indicated by the witness. They are the office where he interrogated the prisoners, that indicated by A, and B was for the location where the blood was being drawn from the prisoners, and another location which was to the west of the fire truck station and at the corner to the east of Tuls Line towards the south. It is the location where the witness said the child of Vietnamese parents were dropped from the third floor. Now the International Court Prosecutor can proceed with questioning.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, Mr. Prak Khan. I just have a few questions for you this morning. I'd like to follow up on a couple of matters that were raised yesterday. And firstly, I would like to ask you if you can look at document D32-4, ERN 0017-4392 in the Khmer, and English 0022-4127. And Mr. President, with your permission, can that document be shown by the AV, please?
The President, the AV officer, can you project the document as requested by the International Court Prosecutor?
Mr. Prak Khan, this is one of the confessions in which you were involved in writing. Your signature appears as an interrogator within that document. I would ask you to look. This document is in fact, Mr. President, 589 pages, and it's the confession of Eng Meng Heng, alias Chon. He was 32 years of age. He was chief of the power station. It's an S21 confession. If you look at the annotation that's in the box, it's in red, and perhaps if I just read it, it states, important, request the ministry should conduct a prompt examination in order to have the people completely removed from the ministry and to pave way for the possibility of taking the control of the Ministry of Commerce and others. Mr. Prak Khan, this is a confession in which you were the interrogator from the names that appear on it throughout. Do you see the annotation on the screen, and can you tell the judges who you believe wrote that?
This is not my handwriting. I am not sure who annotated this confession in order for me to further interrogate the person.
Thank you. Is it possible that it's the accused Duik's handwriting? Did he always write in red?
It is hard for me to identify because it is not clearly written.
When I read that annotation out to you, I stated that it states that it was in order to conduct a prompt examination in order to have the people completely removed from the ministry and pave way for the possibility of taking the control of Ministry of Commerce and others. As an interrogator S21, to you, what did that comment mean? What did that request mean?
Prakon, could you please repeat your question?
On looking at the annotation, what was the person who wrote that annotation, what were they asking someone else to do? What did that annotation mean to you?
Prakon, this annotation means I was required to further interrogate the prisoner.
And when it states to pave way for the possibility of taking control of the Ministry of Commerce, what do you think that meant?
Prakon, I really do not understand it.
Thank you. I will follow up with the question that was asked by Judge Yasir Khan yesterday, and he asked some questions about prisoners having their blood taken and subsequently dying. I'd like you to look at the following film clip, and it's a film clip from Rithi Pan's documentary S21 Killing Machine, where you made a number of statements, and it's to the AV unit with your consent, Mr. President. It's clip 19, and it's D69 V0017 2620, and it starts at 1 hour and 8 minutes and 42 seconds to 1 hour and 10 minutes and 27 seconds. I would ask the AV unit, Mr. President, with your permission, that they start at the 25-second mark, and I would ask that it be shown, and I would ask to ask the witness a couple of questions about that. There's no protected witnesses on this video, Your Honour. It's a public video.
The AV unit, can you play the video clip on the monitor as requested by the International Co-Prosecutor? They took the prisoners, they let them down on beds with metal springs, they changed their feet and their arms to either side of the bed. They were blindfolded and gagged, heads attached to the beds. Then they stuck a tube in each arm with pouches for the blood and they pumped it. I asked how many pouches they filled, and I was told 4 pouches per person. There was nothing left. Once the blood was taken, they were left against the wall. They breathed like crickets, their eyes bulged. One night they couldn't move, just their eyes and their breathing. They couldn't feel anything. The pits were dark nearby. I could hear them, and we buried the corpses. One night, did that happen often? They took blood depending on hospital demand. When the major hospitals needed blood, once every month or two. One night. Here are vouchers for taking blood. You said 2 or 3 persons only. That was only a small part. Take blood, all of them. I saw about 20 people one night, all of them for blood.
Thank you, Mr. Pratkan. That video clip, or that filming, was done at S21, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the vouchers for blood that Van Nut showed you, had you seen them before when you were working at S21?
One night, the vouchers for blood remains until today, and that is true.
And those blood vouchers from prisoners, are they still at S21 today, as far as you know? Or Tulslang?
The documents that were not shown me in the document remains at Dual Line.
Thank you. I'd just like to refer you to some questions and answers that were given when Judge Laverne was asking you some questions. And you stated that Doig told you in training that it was an important rule that when torturing, you didn't torture, or the interrogators didn't torture prisoners to death, but they stopped short of that. You said that you saw other interrogators would torture detainees when they went unconscious anyway, in contravention to his rule. I'd like to show you a clip from the same video, Rithipan's S21 killing machine, and with your permission, Mr. President, it's clip number 11. It starts at the 9-second mark, and the same ERN number, and it's at 42 minutes 58 seconds to 43 minutes and 29 seconds. With your permission.
The President, the AV officer, could you show the video clip as requested by the co-prosecutor on the screen? Torturing at that time was cruel. I didn't think. I was arrogant. I had power over the enemy. I never thought of his life. I saw him as an animal. When I raised my hand, my heart never checked my brain, never stopped my hands from striking. My heart and my hand worked together. Torture was like that.
Mr. Pratt-Khan, when you started at S21, did you think of prisoners as animals when you first started, or was that something that developed over time as you worked there?
Pratt-Khan, I would like to exercise my right to remain silent.
Thank you. Judge Laverne also asked you another question in relation to the interrogation of a female prisoner, and you testified that you interrogated one, Nai Nan. Now, I would like you to look at the following film clip, and I have a couple of questions to ask you. Mr. President, it's clip 20. It's the same video, Rithipan's killing machine. It's at 1 hour and 15 minutes and 13 seconds to 19 minutes and 30 seconds. And it's clip number 20, with your permission, Your Honour.
The President, the AV officer, could you please show the video clip as requested by the co-prosecutor on the screen? Pratt-Khan. Nai Non was a medic at Hospital 98. I interrogated this young lady for 4 or 5 days without getting a thing out of her. She said she knew nothing. I insisted, to what organization did she belong? What was her relationship with the head of the unit?
Mr. Pratt-Khan, the person that you see on that photograph there, is that Nai Nan, the person you interrogated?
Pratt-Khan. That is the real photo of Nai Non.
Thank you. If the video can continue, please.
For 4 or 5 days, she refused to answer. So I asked Dutch and Chan what to do. They told me to use hot method to frighten her. I took their advice. I insulted her, intimidated her, pounded on the table. I broke off a tree branch and beat her. She pissed out of fear. When I hit her, she pissed herself. Then she asked to make her confession, 9 nuns' confessions. I made her write it in 4 or 5 days. I got a page of it. Reading it, I didn't know what network was involved or what party. It contained nothing. So I explained and suggested how she write it using my method. She should describe a network, a party, an activity of sabotage, a network leader, and in the end, we managed to write up this document. One note. Here is the document. On the last page, here there's a signature, Prakon signature, your signature dated the 5th of January 1977. And here is the young woman's answer. Hain assigned me a mission to sit on the rice, the bins, next to the toilets, in buildings and houses, in order to ruin the reputation of the command post hospital, because it was a model hospital. And then Jane assigned me a mission to sit in the operating room. I don't understand. Did you believe that sabotage happened? Prakon. At that time, it was believable. When I saw sabotage, I believed it. When I interrogated her, I gave her 3 targets. 1, CIA, 2, KGB, 3, the June enemy. And out of the 3, she chose the CIA. So I then interrogated her along those lines, looking for her network, her chief, her accomplices, the sabotage activities at the hospital. That's why I could believe her. One night, I did not think the CIA committed such sabotage, and that woman was only 19 years old, according to her biography. Is this her handwriting? Prakon. That's my handwriting. She hadn't gone to school, and I couldn't read her writing. She made mistakes. So I wrote for her, corrected her, embellished it. One night. I don't understand your feelings, your upbringing, no more than those of Dutch and Chant. How could you think it was true? Prakon. At that time, the aim was to indoctrinate us. We had to believe in sabotage activities or we couldn't arrest the enemy. When Dutch received the document, he made no comment. One night he agreed. Prakon, yes.
Mr. Pratt-Khan, you talked about Sorry.
The President, the Defense Counsel is on his feet. You may proceed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Juste une observation.
Mr. Hu, just an observation. The co-prosecutors said that we do not see any witnesses on this document, but we see indeed one witness. So please beware, Mr. Co-prosecutor.
Perhaps it might have been a translation issue, Your Honour. I said there were no protected witnesses on this public video called S21, The Killing Machine. But there was no protected witnesses are on that, Your Honour. Sort of slightly undermined, that comment slightly undermined the whole aspect of it, but perhaps if I can move on. Mr. Prak Khan, you talked about, in that DVD and that film clip, you talked about indoctrination to treat someone as an enemy. When you were at S21, who was responsible for indoctrinating you to treat prisoners as enemies?
Prak Khan. At S21, it was only Dutch who indoctrinated our stance, our absolute stance against the enemy, and that we had to take it seriously, and we had to consider the enemy as animals. So then we would be in the position to extract the confessions from the enemy.
As was explained in the video, would you ever think of behaving like that before you went to S21? Would that have been your normal behavior?
Response. Could you please rephrase your question, please?
Prior to starting work at S21, I assume you didn't treat people in that way as you described in the video. Is that correct? Is it only from being at S21 that you started to act in that manner?
Response. I would not want to respond to this question.
Mr. Prak Khan, you worked at S21 for over 2 years. You've given evidence that during that time the accused gave you political training sessions, gave you interrogation training sessions, gave you torture training sessions. He spoke to you over the telephone about torture. He made annotations about how to interrogate and how to torture. From all of your dealings with Duik, whilst you're at S21, what type of person was he? What type of personality did he have? Was he lazy? Was he disciplined? Can you give us an idea of what you thought of his personality at that time?
Response. Brother Dutch at that time was a studious person, enthusiastic in his work, and whatever he did, he was meticulously done it.
Mr. Prak Khan, you said he was enthusiastic. You were at S21 until the end, until January 1979. Did you ever see that enthusiasm change?
Response. Through my observation, occasionally I had not noted any changes in his enthusiasm. Only when there was internal problems that we worked harder and that everyone started to feel so afraid.
Mr. President, I just have two last questions. Mr. Prak Khan, in court today and yesterday, it seems to be difficult for you to admit your involvement in crimes at S21. And you've made a number of admissions of your involvement in crimes through a number of documentaries that are public documentaries. And there are at least 4 documentaries which you have been very explicit to your involvement in crimes at S21 and also the nature of the Khmer Rouge. And the documentaries are the Cambodia report by Phil Rees, and that's D69 V0017 to 2527, and then Inside Pol Pot's Secret Prison, D69 V0017 2525, and as stated, Prithipan's S21, The Killing Machine, and also The Land of Silence, D69 0017 2520. There are numerous accounts from you on camera talking about your involvement in crimes.
The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. We continue hearing the testimony of Mr. Prak Khan. The President, we know that the co-prosecutor is on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. President. The prosecution would just like to raise a brief submission in relation to the manner and the ordering of the questioning of the accused and witnesses, not in relation to what's happened this morning, but certainly in relation to what will happen with other witnesses coming before this court. And I would ask, Your Honours, if we could make a submission on that at the end of the testimony of this witness.
The President, Mr. Co-prosecutor, could you please state your request again?
Thank you, Your Honour. The prosecution would like to make a brief submission on the manner of questioning of the witness and the accused. As you're aware, this morning, the civil party, one of the civil party lawyers asked to question the accused within their time for the questioning of the witnesses, and that was allowed. And we would just like to clarify what the rights of the parties are in relation to questioning the accused in the time that's been allocated for questioning of the witnesses, and secondly, put forward a submission or a suggestion as to perhaps the best manner in which the questioning of the witness can be done in order to ascertain the truth as clearly as possible throughout that witness's presence before this court.
The President, is that all, Mr. Co-prosecutor? Would you like to add further? No, I'm asking whether other parties to the proceeding, because I know that Studzinski was also on her feet, whether she would like to make some comments regarding this matter also.
សំណើរបស់
The President.
តំណាងសហប្រញ្ញាអន្តរជាតិនឹងអង្គជំរះកត់សម្គាល់និងទទួល
The request by the co-prosecutor is admissible and that the ruling on that matter will be made at a later stage. Is there any further problem before we can give the floor to other party and that we want to avoid being interrupted?
I apologise, Your Honour. I didn't actually make this submission now, but I'd like to make the submission later, whenever it's convenient, the reasons for it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think there's been a little difficulty with communication. Your request is clearly understood, and the President agrees to give you the opportunity later to make a submission, at which point, if necessary, other parties will be called upon and, of course, a decision then made.
Thank you, Your Honours.
The President, Lawyer Studzinski, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to ask for the permission of the Chamber to make to submit one observation and one application at a later moment, maybe after the testimony of Mr. Prakhan, and I only want to announce that I would like to make one observation and one application later at an appropriate time as the President and the Chamber decides. Thank you.
The President, your submission is admissible and that the trial chamber will take into account the matter. Next, the defense counsel, you take the floor to put questions to the witness. The floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honours, and the court. Mr. Prakhan, can you please confirm for us to be sure, because before the co-prosecutor under document 00145597 on page 14, bottoms up, sorry, down from the below page to the upper page, you said yesterday that you left S21 on the 7th of January 1979 at about 9 to 10 a.m. So you made different statements before the co-prosecutor. So which statement do you think is correct? Response. The statement, as you say, that I left on the 5th of April, 5th of January was not correct, because I left on the 7th of January 1979. Mr. Kasabot, thank you. So you stated clear that the statement that you said you left on the 5th of January 1979 before the co-prosecutor is not correct. But here we got your thumbprint on that piece of document. You stated that you left S21 on the 5th of January 1979 on that document. So the reason I ask you to confirm is because I want to know whether you stand by the recent statement or by the previous statement given to the co-prosecutors. Question number 2. Do you know 2 medics, Lon and Kim? Response. I don't know their names, but please tell me in which unit these people would have worked in. Kasabot, the question is that whether you know these 2 medics, Lon and Kim, at S21. Response. I don't know them. Kasabot, thank you. Did you know, or have you known Lon, the chief of the medic, female medic? I only know 3 who was the chief of the medic at S21. I don't know other people who were also medics. Kasabot, you stated that at night you were put to guard outside and you saw Bon Bu and other interrogators interrogating a female detainee, and that you saw Daik Bu carried out tortures against their detainee. Is that correct? Response. Yes, there is. Question. Thanks. You said that you did not see Dodge, the accused, use torture against their detainee. Is that correct? Response. That's correct. Question. You also indicated that since you worked at S21, you never saw the accused torture any detainee. Is that correct? Response. That is correct. Thank you, says Mr. Kasabot. So, your statement with ERN 0014 6599 D 19/8. In that statement, it it is contradictory to what you state here in the court. So, do you stand by your current statement in the court, or you stand by the statement you made in that document? To be clear, you said that you saw the accused use torture against any detainee, but here you said you have never seen the accused torture any detainee. So which statement you stand by? Do you stand by the statement before this court now or the previous one? Response. I saw him taking part in the process, but I am not sure whether he tortured the detainee, but I will stand by the current statement in this hearing instead. Kasabut, thank you. At S21, do you know Him Hoi? And how well do you know him? Response, I know him very well. Kasabut, thank you. You said you know Him Hoi very well. So after you left S21 on the 7th of January 1979, did Him Hoi leave the S21 along with you? Response. When I left S21 at that time, I did not see him. I only met him at Praisor, the rice fields. Mr. Kasbot, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I have no further questions now, and I would like my colleague to put some further questions to the witness. The President, Mr. Francois Roux, you take the floor.
Mr. Roux, thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Prakkan. We met during the reenactment and during the confrontation at Tuol Sleng, and therefore I am Mr. Roux. But before I release you from this lengthy hearing, I do have a few questions to put to you, and I would like to thank you in advance for answering these and for helping us to ascertain the truth. The co-prosecutor this morning asked you why you had revealed many things in the press and in films over the past years, and you answered because that you wanted to say the truth. So my first question, you said yesterday that you knew that Mam Non had come to testify before the ECCC before you. How did you get to know this?
Response, I learned of this through watching her testimony on TV.
Mr. Roux, thank you. So you saw Mam Non testify on television, is that so?
Response, that is correct.
Mr. Roux, and you also saw the other witnesses testifying on television?
Response, yes, I did.
Mr. Roux, thank you. I would like now to ask for a few clarifications concerning your biography, and you explained to the Chamber that after April 1975 and before you went to S21, you said that you had worked at Presar in the 703rd Division in the rice field. Is that so?
Response: that is so.
Mr. Hu, who was your boss back then at Presar? Who was your chief?
Response: at Presar there was the head of unit of 101 and there was the person named Khan or something, but I don't remember their names quite well.
Mr. Hu, was Him Hui with you back then at the rice field?
Response: Him Hui was not with me back then. He was in the platoon 143 and I worked at the platoon at the different platoon, so we were in different groups. We only known one another when we worked at S21.
Mr. Hu, again, I would like to have a few clarifications regarding your biography. You told the Chamber that at a certain moment you had been injured, received a bullet injury, and that you had been hospitalized for several months. First in the medical unit of S21 and then in the hospital. Is that so?
Response: during the time when I had worked at the interrogation unit, I had my wounds that I sustained previously reopened, and I think this made me sick, and then I was sent to Moniwong Hospital and then to Praketok Milia Hospital and finally to the Soviet Cambodia Friendship Hospital.
Mr. Hu, thank you for this clarification. So this is when you were an interrogator. So according to you, when did this incident happen? In which period in your life? And at what moment were you brought to the hospital? Do you remember?
Response: so far as I remember, it was 1978 when I was hospitalized, and I had been in the hospital for a long time. I can't remember, and I was off duty until I recovered, so it was almost late 1978 that I recovered.
Mr. Hu, thank you. Well, indeed, you have stepped a bit ahead of what I wanted to ask, because I wanted to ask you a few clarifications. So you said a long time. Can you be more specific? Did this mean many months, or can you be a little bit more specific about this, please?
Response, could you please repeat your question?
Mr. Roux, I would like you to be more specific regarding this period in your life. For how many months were you invalidated? For how many months, first of all, how many months did you stay in the medical unit and then in the hospital? How long did this last in 1978?
6 mois, 8 mois.
Was this for 6 months, 8 months? Can you tell me something if you can recall?
Response, I don't remember how many months, but it was quite a long time, and I can remember that I could hardly walk. But then we were on the move already, that we were leaving S21. So when I was on the move, I was not well recovered yet.
Donc lorsque je suis ressortie de l'hôpital, je n'avais pas complètement récupéré.
Merci.
Mr. Roux, thank you. Mr. Prakon, I now would like to put a few questions to you based on a document that is included in the case file and that is known to be as the manual of the interrogator. So the prosecutors do not know who was the interrogator in question, so we do not know either. But apparently everyone agrees that it was one of your colleagues who took notes during the training sessions organized either by Duik or by Hoare. And for the necessities of the written record, I would like to say that this document that had been misnamed originally as torture manual was then renamed following a check on the translation. It is called the Statistics List of the S21 Special Branch. It is document ERN in Khmer 0007445 to 713. So, just a few questions regarding what seems to be the notes that were taken by one of your interrogator colleagues, and I am only asking you, therefore, to tell me if indeed these notes mean anything to you, if they remind you of anything, and if you believe that this is what was indeed being said during these training sessions. In the French version on page 9, I can read the following. Ankar orders us to interrogate intensively. We have followed this order properly, but we give more value to torture than to politics. And this is contrary to the order according to which we must only use politics. Or use politics, corrects the interpreter. And a little further on, under the heading Improvement Objectives, 3 points are listed. The first one, use politics as a basis. Point 2, follow the comparative answers in a detailed way before resorting to torture. Point 3, strictly follow Ankar's discipline during the interrogation. And we can find the same thing. Therefore, I will put to you a general question on this topic. So we find the same thing a few pages further on page 13 in French. Paragraph 3, point of view and stance on the interrogation methods. And it is indicated the following. First of all, the measures for each one of us during the interrogation must be of two kinds. A, political pressure. We must exert political pressure in a sustained and at all moments. B, the usage of torture is a complementary measure. And second of all, it is indicated experiments from the past that were conducted by our interrogator comrades were generally focused on torture. That is to say, that they gave more weight to torture than to propaganda. And this is an erroneous, mistaken experiment, and we must understand this in a determinate way. This is what I have to say concerning this point regarding the interrogations. Does this remind you, therefore, what you were hearing during the training sessions?
Response. I did hear the content which was instructed by Brother Dutch during the training. I did hear that theory, yes.
Merci.
Thank you. Now, regarding another topic, and again in the same document, on page 16 of the French version, point number 4, viewpoint and stance regarding the enemy's confessions. In point 2, the following is written down. Allow them to speak and to write. They should not be interrupted. Correct them immediately based on our own attention. So, I'd like to say it again, well, based on our own attention, or let's say where we want to bring them to in the questioning, except for the points that the party suggests, and that we request from them because the party understands the situation very well. But if we insist on the names and on the activities, the prisoners are going to invent things to suit our objectives. But in so doing, we are going to lose the revolutionary forces. They are going to make the revolutionary situation muddled. They're going to make the content of the confessions vague and pointless. In reality, this makes the entire influence of the special branch disappear. And again, regarding this point, on page 17, point 3, regarding the method to compile documents, point B, And of course we are referring to the prisoners again. Well, the best thing is that they write on their own and in their own words, their own sentences, their own thoughts, while avoiding dictation, while avoiding dictating them what they should write. And again, regarding this topic, page 18, point 6, the title in French, which does not seem to me to be a perfect translation, well, the title is How to Make the Party Welcoming regarding the enemy's confessions. Point A, what's the most important is that we must not designate the names, not make them speak, or not force them to speak according to our intention.
Voilà. Donc ma question sur
Mr. Hu, so my question is with regard to these methods. Does this remind you of anything that you heard in the training? You do not force enemies, or I prefer the term prisoner. You do not force the prisoners towards the intentions of the interrogators. You let them speak. Does this remind you of anything?
Response. That point was taught to us because if we force the prisoners to respond or to write to the extreme which did not involve their activities, it would be of no use. So we had to explain to them how to write properly, to make the text clearly understandable, and that was the continuous instructions by Dutch.
Mr. Hu, lastly, on another point, referring to page 19 of the French, at point 5, viewpoint and position with regard to the spirit of revolutionary vigilance and maintaining secrecy, point 2 of the paragraph says, the spirit of secrecy is the driving force of the work of the special branch. Without secrecy, the special branch has no further meaning. If I understand correctly, the special branch was in fact S21. And on the following page, I'm referring to page 20, at paragraph 7, which is recapitulation. The following is indicated. Interrogation work is to summarize confessions. We summarize them by analyzing and extracting confessions. This is detailed work on all aspects, balanced work, which is carefully analyzed, carefully thought out, and allowing for no gaps, This is done in the most absolute secrecy. Do you confirm that you received this training? Do you confirm that during the training you were told that you were to work in absolute secrecy?
Response. I used to study that. I was instructed to perform the task and to make it secret and not to share amongst the work colleagues or to pass on from one to another. So it was secretive.
Mr. Ho, and did secrecy extend to your knowledge to anyone who worked in S21 regardless of the unit in which they worked?
Response. All of us had to maintain secrecy. At that time we were told to plant a kapok tree, which means we had to be mindful of only our own business and not to interfere with other people's tasks, or we would be reported. We were only responsible for the works assigned to us.
Merci.
Mr. Ho, thank you. Mr. Prakon, I must tell you that this is what concerns me in your testimony. As the accused told you in speaking in general this morning, he has no quarrel with you, but on several occasions you mention matters about which it is difficult to understand how you came to gain any knowledge. Now I'm putting questions to you which require some clarification. On several occasions you have granted interviews in the press and on films. You have expressed yourself, but this is a courtroom where you are today. And what you say outside is not the same as what you say here in this courtroom. In a courtroom we need concrete facts. I'd like to come back to the drawing of blood. And let's be clear on this. Doik has acknowledged that this occurred since the investigation. More specifically, since the question was put to him in February 2008 in your presence. There is no problem with that. My problem is that I still fail to understand how you could have witnessed what you're telling us. And my questions will arise from this. My first question is this. You said that it was Tri who told you that the blood was intended for the hospitals that you named. How can you explain to the chamber that Tri, who was not a member of your group, was able to tell you such a secret? Can you enlighten us on that?
Response. Regarding the drawing of blood, as I have stated, I saw it happened on 2 or 3 occasions. and in each occasion the number of the people were between 10 to 30. And I did not say up to 1,000 people like Dutch said this morning. I said on the few occasions, and on each occasion there was only a group of 10 to 30 people. And I did not say it happens on a monthly basis. So this is my verification on this matter. And what the Evidentiary told me, after I asked him where was the blood taken to, and he told me that it was taken to the hospital. And from what I understood, we would have the Khmer Soviet hospital, the Monivong, and the Getamili hospitals. And it is my conclusion that the blood was sent to those hospitals. But regarding the witness of blood drawing, I did see it on a few occasions.
Mr. Hu, we shall return to the facts that you were a witness. For the time being, please answer my question. How can you explain the fact that Tri spoke to you and provided you with this information, whereas you were all bound by secrecy, and forgive me, you were not a boss, you were an interrogator? How can you explain to the chamber that Tri told you in particular such a secret?
Response. We all had our principle of secrecy, but at that time, Tri resided just next to where I stayed. And sometimes at night, after the prisoners were returned, it was not so strict at the time. Because at that time, the internal purge did not occur yet, and we could contact, and only at a later stage when the situation was intense that we did not contact each other.
Donc vous diriez que
Mr. Ho, so would you say that this happened at the beginning when you arrived in S21? Is that what we are to understand from it?
Response. It was not at the very beginning, but I cannot say the exact period as it happened 30 years ago. What I can only confirm that I personally witnessed the drawing of blood of the prisoners, and I did not tell lie.
Eh bien, justement, nous allons en parler.
Mr. Ho, we are going to talk about that. On 2 or 3 occasions, you've said that you were a witness to the drawing of blood, and you say that it was because you were along the path that passed nearby. So, witness, how did you witness this scene? Through the door? Through the window? How?
Response. I actually walked into the location where the blood was drawn as I wanted to see how it happened.
Mr. Ho, and you were an interrogator at the time, or were you still a guard on the outside?
Response. At the time that I saw it, I was not a guard, It was at night time when I returned the prisoners back to the cells. It was around 11 p.m. So upon returning, I went into that location to have a look.
Mr. Ho, so you're telling the chamber that an interrogator had the right to enter the medical unit to take a look around. Is that what you're saying?
Response. This is not what I said. Because I used to go in that location, I used to go in to ask for the medicine when I was not well. So it was normal to go into that location. And when it happened that the blood was drawn, so I just stood there and looked.
Mr. Ho, but that was just the once. You said 2 or 3 times a while ago. Does it mean that you went there 2 or 3 times at 11 p.m. to fetch medicine?
Response. I personally went inside to witness it. That was on one occasion. But on the other occasions, I stood from the street where I could see, and I saw the prisoner's blood was drawn. And on the occasion that I went to see it, I stood there and I saw they put the syringe, the needle into both arms and draw the blood of the prisoner.
Mr. Ho, and you told the chamber that on one occasion you saw a prisoner from whom 5 bags of blood were drawn. How long does it take to fill one of those bags, Mr. Prakon? Just for one sachet, how long would it take?
Response. When I stood and watched it, it took about an hour to fill a pouch. However, the blood was drawn from both arms and legs.
Mr. Ho, this means that if there are 5 sachets, that's 2 hours. If it is 1 hour per pocket, and if you have 4, 1 on each limb, then you have 4 for 1 hour and a further hour for the 5th one. Let's say it's an hour. So you're telling the chamber today, at S21, I stayed one evening for 1 hour watching this happening. Is that what you're telling the chamber today?
Response. I want to clarify on this matter. I stood about an hour or so to watch it, and 4 pouches of blood was drawn from the prisoner at that time during that hour, and I did not stay until it was finished. So it is my conclusion that 4 or 5 pouches of blood were drawn from one prisoner, because I think that was all, because all the prisoners were skinny and they lacked food.
Mr. Ho, the co-prosecutor asked you this morning whether you saw the forms for the drawing of blood which were shown in the S21 film. But my question is a lot more precise. During that scene, that is when you were an interrogator, That means, at the time, did you see the forms recording the drawing of blood?
Response. The blood voucher, I did not see them at that time. I only saw it during the filming. And on the vouchers, the medics were instructed to draw blood from the prisoner, and I saw the vouchers at the time of the filming.
Merci pour cette précision.
Mr. Hu, thank you for the clarification. And in the film, in fact, you do say,
Nous avons enterré
we buried the bodies after the blood was drawn from them. These are your words in the film we saw this morning. We buried the bodies. So, question. Before this chamber, are you saying that you took part in the burial of bodies from whom blood, or the burial of people from whom blood had been drawn? Yes or no?
Response. I would like to clarify that the burial of the dead bodies, I did not participate in the burial. But after the small house was dismantled, the house opposite the house where I interrogated the prisoners, I saw the fresh mark of the ground where the bodies were buried. So I made a conclusion that the medics buried the bodies there.
Mr. Prakkan, do you understand better when I said to you earlier on that what is said in a film or in an interview is not the same thing as what justice is expecting from you? Justice is expecting concrete facts from you. So you are telling us today that contrarily to what you stated in the film, you did not partake in the burial of these people. Is this what you are telling us today? You personally did not participate in the burial of these people.
Response. I never ever said I took part in burial of the dead bodies of the people whose blood were drawn.
Mr. Hu, well, then we will verify if it's an issue of translation, but however, it was indicated this morning that in the film you say we buried the bodies, but we will check this. And in any case, I am taking down your answer. Mr. President, I am finished. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Prakkan, as well.
The President. The testimony of witness Prakkan has been heard, and we thank you very much, Mr. Prakkan, for spending so much of your time giving the testimony before the trial chamber. The chamber notes that you have had a lot of difficulties in giving the testimony and responding to several questions put to you from the parties to the proceeding and from the judges, and that the facts which happened several years ago were not easy to be recalled, and that human memory seems to be fading when we age. So we thank you so much for your great effort to respond to almost all the questions put to you. Since it comes to an end already, we can release you to go to your residence now, and the court officer is now instructed to coordinate with the Wesu unit to make sure that Mr. Prakon can be accompanied or taken back to his home. We next going to listen or to hear the testimony of Kok Sra, another witness. And after you have taken him, Prakon out, then please bring in Kok Sra.
Monsieur Prakon.
The President, you take the floor.
Deux questions de procédure, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, two questions regarding the proceedings. The defense would like to consider the document that we spoke about, titled Statistics List from the Special Branch. Well, we'd like this document as having been discussed during the proceedings. And the other point, the defense would like that a number be given to the document to which Prakon provided his own annotations. He would have to sign this document, and that a number be attributed to this document, and that a copy be given to each one of the parties, so that we do not lose trace of this document. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, witness, what is your name? Witness, Kok Sra. The President, do you use any other names other than Kok Sra? Response, no, I don't. Question, how old are you now? Response, I'm 59 years old. Question, what is your occupation currently? Response, I am a farmer. The President, according to the report of the greffier, it is clear that you have no blood relation to any parties in the proceedings, and you have taken an oath before you are brought into this courtroom. Is that correct? Response, that is correct. Question, as a witness before the trial chamber of the ECCC, You are now informed and reminded of your rights and duty as a witness. Mr. Koksra, as a witness, you can reject to respond to any particular questions which you believe that can self-incriminate you. So this is the right to self-incrimination. This means that if you are afraid that your testimony could self-incriminate you, then you can exercise your rights not to respond to those questions. And that as a witness, you are to respond to or recollect the accounts in which you have witnessed, you heard, and you have known. So you are not to respond to any questions based on your conclusion or presumption. So do you understand these matters? Response: Yes, I do. Question: Mr. Koksra, can you please briefly tell the court about your place of work and occupation you between 1970 to 1975 until the 17th of April 1975. Tell us where you lived and what kind of occupation you had. Please be brief. Response: in late 1973 until 1975, by the end of 1973, I joined the revolution at in the local villages, and later on I studied the political sessions, and in 1975 I fought and approached in the battles and approached Phnom Penh. Question: after the 17th of April 1975 until the 7th January 1979, what did you do and where? Response: in 1975, I worked in Platoon 138 under Division 12. And in late 1975, I was posted as 21. At the beginning, I worked at the Khmer prison or psychiatric hospital. The President, could you please tell us more until the 1979, I mean the Liberation Day? Response: after living in Takmau for some time. Then we were moved to work at S21 as a guard inside the compound guard. Question. When did you leave S21? Response. After quite a while, I was sent to work in the rice field before I was transferred back, and before the 7th of January 1979, I was once again put to work in the rice field again until the day when the Liberation Day came. The President, you said during the time when you were the soldier in Battalion 138 of Division 1-2, and that division was taking part in the fight to topple down Lol in 1975. Is that correct? Response. That's correct. Question. After the 7th of January 17th of April 1975, you stationed at Takmau, and you were assigned to guard at the psychiatric hospital, which turned the prison. Is that correct? Response. That is correct. Question. You worked at that prison in the compound of psychiatric hospital in Takmau. In which year did you work there? Give us the approximate, just an approximate figure of that date. Response. It was in late 1975, early 1976. Question. What was your function or role to play in that location at the Takmau prison back then? Response. I were put to guard detainees. Question. When you were assigned the task to guard the detainees, did you notice that there were a lot of detainees, or how many were they? Response. There were about 200 detainees. Question. When you saw them, what kind of detainees were they? Were they former soldiers of the former regime, or they were the officers from the old regime? Response. There were only soldiers and cadres.
អ្នកដែលត្រូវគេចាប់
Question.
ដាក់គុក
The people who were arrested and detained at that psychiatric hospital were only revolutionary cadres and soldiers. Is that correct? Response. Yes, that is.
ហេតុផលមិនជា
Question.
លោកគិតថាអ្នកទាំងនោះជា
What
កម្មាភិបាល
made you think that they were the soldiers and cadres of the revolution?
Soldats et cadres de la révolution.
Because I saw them working in the leadership position.
Travailler dans des positions de direction.
លោកដឹងថាកាលនោះអ្នកណាជាប្រធានគុកនៃ
Who were
ដែលយកមន្ត្រីពេទ្យឈួតទឹកខ្មៅធ្វើ
director
ជា
of
អ្នកណាជា
that
ប្រធាន
prison,
ហើយអ្នកណាជា
the
អនុប្រធាន
prison at the Khmer, and who was second in command? Response. I only know that there was Brother Ho, and I don't know the other people who
លោក
were
ថា
second
ស្គា
in
ល់ឈ្មោះហូ
command.
ទី1
Question.
ឈ្មោះពិតប្រាកដគាត់
Do
ឈ្មោះ
you
អ្វី
know
ដែល
his
ទី
full
2 ឈ្មោះ
name?
ហូហ្នឹងមានទំនាក់ទំនង
And
ដូចម្តេច
what
ទៅនឹងកងពល
was
12
the
ដែលលោកបាន
relationship
អះអាងថា
between
លោកធ្វើការ
Ho
នៅក្នុង
and Division 12? As you said, you work at in platoon 138 under Division 12. Response. I don't know, Mr. President.
ពីមុនឈ្មោះហូហ្នឹងគាត់ធ្វើអី
Question.
មុន
What
គាត់ធ្វើ
was
ការជា
Ho doing before
នៅ
he
អតីតមន្ត្រីពេទ្យឈួត
became
ទឹកខ្មៅហ្នឹងគាត់ធ្វើអីដែរ
the chairman of the prison in the Khmer?
Directeur de la prison de Takma.
Response. I don't know either.
ក្រៅពីលោកជាកងការពារតើ
Question.
មានមនុស្សផ្សេងទៀតនៅធ្វើជាកងការពារ
Were there
នៅ
any
ទីនោះទេ
other
ហើយ
guards
បើសិនមាន
who were
ហេតុ
assigned
ប្រមាណ
to
អ្នកដែរ
guard
អ្នក
the
ដែលយាមកាមអ្នក
compound
ទូនាទី
back
នោះ
then? And if there were, how many were they?
Travaillait dans cette prison.
Response. There were about 100 people.
សុទ្ធតែជាកងទ័ពឬក៏
Question.
ជា
Were they
ស៊ីវិល
mainly
ជាបុគ្គលិកស៊ីវិល
soldiers or civilians?
Personnes étaient principalement des soldats ou des
Response. They were recruited from the
រស់
soldiers.
ចេញពីមកកងទ័ពហើយប៉ុន្តែពេលមកធ្វើការនោះថងជាកងទ័ពបានន័យថា
Question.
ដាក់អាវុធ
They
ហើយ
were
មានពាក្យឯក
recruited
ដ្ឋាន
from the
មុខជា
soldiers,
កងទ័ព
but when
ឬក៏
they
ពាក្យ
were put to
ឯក
work
ដ្ឋាន
at
ជា
that
ស៊ីវិលហើយ
location,
មិនមាន
were they
អាវុធជាបំភ្លឺ
wearing
អ្វីទេ
uniform and armed, or were they like normal workers? Response. They wore uniform and armed.
et portaient l'arme.
លោក
Question.
ហើយជាពេលណាទើបលោកត្រូវបានផ្លាស់មកធ្វើការនៅមន្ទីរស
To your best
21
recollection,
ហើយកាលនោះមន្ទីរស21
when
ទីតាំងនៅកន្លែង
were
ណា
you transferred to work at S21, and in which location was S21 located back then? Response. I don't remember the date, but the location of S21 was at the current Tuol
ចឹងបាន
Slang
ន័យថាពេល
prison
ដែល
location.
គេដាក់លើផ្លាស់
Question. So when upper echelon transferred your workplace from Takmau prison to Phnom Penh, you were
មន្ទីរស21
posted at the location of S21, which is now known as the Dual Slang prison. Is it correct? Response, that is correct. Question, before you were transferred to that location, what happened to the approximately 200 detainees you mentioned at that Tak Mau prison? What would have been their fate? Response, I don't know. Question, when you guarded that location, did you ever see detainees were being transferred outside the compound after they were arrested and put into the prison? Response, I don't know, and I did not see detainees being taken out or in. Question, when during the last day when you were being transferred to work in S21 compound, did you notice that there were still some detainees during those last days? Response, I have no idea how many detainees would be left in that prison before I was transferred to S21. The President, judges of the bench, would you wish to put questions to this witness? You take the floor, Judge Tumani. Judge Tumani, Mr. Kok Srah, you stated that when you were transferred from Tak Mau prison to fulfill your task at S21, you worked at that genocidal museum as known currently. Do you know who was the chairman of S21? Response, when I came at the first time at S21, I saw Deutsch and Ho worked as the chairman. Question, Ho and Deutsch, you said Ho, so was Ho the same person as you mentioned earlier as the director of Tak Mau prison, or were they different? Response, he was the same person. Question, until when you had worked at S21 before you left? Response, I had been working at S21 until almost the liberation day before I was put to work at the rice field. Question, you had stayed worked at S21 for quite a long time, so can you please tell the court of the accounts at S21, the memory at S21? Response, I worked as a guard and I was supposed to only guard the detainees and was not allowed to interfere in other sections. Question, at S21, people or staff members were divided into groups. Do you know what kind of tasks were assigned to each different group? Response, cadres at S21 were divided into 3 sections. In my section, I was responsible for guarding inside, but I have no idea what kind of assignments were given to the other 2 sections. Question: during the time when you were on guard inside the complex, what had you experienced or seen? Response: I had to patrol the compound and I only was allowed to patrol within the confined area. Question: so which was the confined area you mentioned? To what extent could you be assigned to that area? Response: my assignment or the area that I could patrol was from the gate to the north building, and I don't know what is the name of that building given recently. Question: do you know the kinds of detainees who were arrested and sent to S21? What were the classification of those detainees? Response: they were mainly combatants and cadres, a few cadres, and ordinary people. Question: besides these cadres and soldiers or combatants, were there any detainees arrested from within the compound, the location of Phnom Penh? Response: I don't know which unit conducted such arrest, and because I was only known to my task as a guard. Question: did you notice the presence of foreign detainees? Response: I saw Indian, Vietnamese and Thai detainees. Question: had you ever seen Westerners who were detained there? Response: no, I hadn't. Question: do you know how people would be arrested? Were they arrested by the other units outside S21 and detainees were sent to S21 to receive, or S21 itself went out to conduct such arrests? Response: I have no idea about this. Question: you indicated that you were the guard and you were guarding at the north building, the east-west north building. So could you move about to the detention cells or upstairs during the time when you were on guard? Response: I could not move about from the confined location or designated location as I was supposed to do.
Question. Did you see how the prisoners were detained at that location? Response. In my location, the prisoners were detained in small cells. The ankles were shackled into a long metal bar which attached to a hook on the floor. Question. Were there common rooms where prisoners were detained together at the place where you got it? Response. At the place where I got it, there were only prisoners who were detained in individual cells. Question. Regarding the individual cells where each prisoner was detained, were prisoners allowed to sit up or stand? Response. The prisoners who were detained in those individual cells, they could rest or sit up. The President. Now it is time for a break. The chamber will take 20 minutes break until 20 past 3 when it will resume the hearing of the testimony. Court officer, can you make a necessary arrangement to provide refreshment to the witness and bring him back before 20 past 3? The hearing is adjourned. The President, please be seated. The court is now back in session. We continue hearing the testimony of Mr. Prak Khan. Next, we would like to give the floor to Civil Party Lawyers Group 2 to put questions to the witness. The floor is yours. Kung Pisai, good morning. Thank you, Mr. President, and Your Honors, and the parties to the proceeding, and good morning, Mr. Prak Khan. I'm Kung Pisai, the civil party lawyer for the civil parties. I would like to put some questions to you. You said that the regulations for the detainees were that detainees were not allowed to shout or chant slogans and so on and so forth. Have you ever heard detainee would shout such slogans? Response. The regulations were seen in the interrogation room, but I had never heard any detainee shouting any slogans.
Mr. Pisay, you said about 50 to 60% of the detainees would be called to be interrogated. What happened to the rest? Response. I don't know, but my presumption is that they would have been executed. Mr. Pisay, thank you. You indicated already that you witnessed a woman being electrocuted. Did you see that that person were electrocuted by the raw current from the voltage from the wall? Response. The electrical cord would be connected to the socket and that part of the cord would be attached to the shackles. Mr. Pisay, what was your impression regarding that detainee while being electrocuted? Response. After a short moment, the detainee passed out. Pisay, thank you. You said your leader or your chief was man, Cham Muslim. Was he arrested later on? Response. When I started working there, Man was the chief of the group, but later on he was arrested at S21. Pisay, thank you. You also stated that there was a woman named Thorn who was a medic sent from China, and she was found having committed some wrongdoings and arrested. What happened to her, and what happened to her spouse? Response. Thorn was the medic who treated me with acupuncture, and Thorn was in charge of treating me. I did not know what happened to her husband. He worked there and he was trained in China on medical treatment and acupuncture. That's why later on I was treated by such method. I think that her husband did not die during the regime. He just was separated. Pisay, you said the person named Su witnessed the foreigners who were burned alive using tires. So do you know anything about that person now, Mr. Su, I mean? Response. Su still alive. Mr. Pisay, thank you for answering my questions. I would like to give the floor to my colleague to share the questions to be put to the witness.
Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honors. Good morning, Mr. Prakhan. My name is Silke Stutzinski. I'm representing civil parties, victims here in these proceedings. I want to put some questions to you, and first I'm seeking for clarification. Am I right that you were treated by nurses, by female medics, when you fell sick in S21?
Response. Yes, it is correct that that medic treated me.
In the English translation, I only heard the word medics. My question was if you were treated by nurses, by female medics.
Response. I was treated by that female medic who treated me with acupuncture.
Have you been treated by other female medics in S21?
Response. No.
I would like to move now to an incident that you have already described. It is the case of Mr. To, who was in your group. I hope I pronounce it well. Who was charged with rape. Who told you about this rape committed by To?
Response. It was Tuj, not Tui. He raped the female detainee, and it's true, he did that.
My question was, and please listen well, who told you, or how did you get knowledge of this rape?
Response. No one told me. I witnessed it. I did not see when the woman was being raped, but I saw her when she was being arrested.
How did you, or what did you witness? Could you describe this, that you came to the conclusion that she was raped?
Response. I did not see the rape clearly, but according to the Chan's close associate and close associate to Tuj, he told me that Tuj raped that woman in that room, and later on Tuj was arrested and detained in a building on the first floor, and with his legs shackled and put to sit down on the floor, he could manage to run upstairs and commit suicide, but he did not die, and because he was supported by the wires, the electrical cords, and there were a sparkling light from that impact.
Thank you, Mr. Prakhan. Please try to listen to my question and try to respond only to the question, because you repeated this, what you already have told us yesterday in a part of your response. You said in your testimony before the co-investigating judges, this is document D19-8, and with on the page with the English ERN 00161555, and there you said, I know only of one rape because it was adjacent to me. And I emphasize because, Therefore, I come back to my question that your knowledge of this rape came because, or you get knowledge of this rape because you were very close to the incident, to the rape.
Response, that's correct.
How far away have you been?
សំណួរតើលោកនៅឆ្ងាយប៉ុណ្ណាឬក៏ជិតប៉ុណ្ណានៅពេលនោះ
Response, that house he stayed in was next to my house.
If you get knowledge because it was adjacent to you, did you hear or see anything to conclude she was raped?
ច្បាស់ដែរឬទេដែលថាជនរងគ្រោះនោះត្រូវបានគេរំលោភ
Response. As I told you already that when the woman was being raped, I did not witness it, but later on, after the incident was revealed, then Tuj was accused of such account and he was detained.
Who ordered his arrest? Do you know this?
ឲ្យគេចាប់ឈ្មោះទូចនឹងតើលោកបានដឹងទេ
Response, I did not know who put the order, but Chan arrested Tuj and put him under shackles, and he was placed in a house, in a building.
Do you know why he was arrested?
លោកដឹងទេថាមូលហេតុអីបានជាគេចាប់ខ្លួនទូចនោះ
Response, it was because Tuj raped that woman.
Then I want to quote what you said before the prosecutors. It is document D2.7/5, and there the English ERN 001467992. And there I quote, you said to the prosecutors, in my group there were Jai, Duj, Khan, Pan. They were imprisoned. For what reasons I don't know for sure, but maybe they had been accused by others as belonging to the CIA network. Could you again review your response? Could it be that he was therefore arrested, as you said to the prosecutors?
Response, I did say that because there were Chai, Khan, Chun, and other people in my group who were arrested and walked to be interrogated gradually, and later on there was no one left in the group. People from 703 were arrested, and to the day when the Vietnamese came, there was none of people from 703 left. I don't know whether they were implicated as CIA agents or not. I was not told, and the people who made this arrest was not made known. I realized that they had problem only because they disappeared, and I was so scared because we would eat and slept in the same house, but later on they kept disappearing, and I stopped being scared only when Vietnamese came. The President, Civil Party Group 2, you have run out of time, so now the floor is given to Lawyers Group 1.
Sorry, Mr. President.
Mr. President, you are already informed that you have no more time left. Civil Party Lawyers Group 1, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, sir. My name is Alan Werner. I represent some civil parties with my national colleague, Tishrina, and I have some questions for you. And I would be very grateful, because I don't have a lot of time, if you could, if it's possible, if you could answer with short answer. That will help me to put all my questions. The first thing, sir, I would like to ask you, coming back to line of questioning put to you by Judge Laverne yesterday, just want to follow up on one thing, and that is the networks. You said in front of the instructing judge, and the reference ERN in English is 001-61577, D19/7, 21 September 2007. You said that before interrogating, Dutch gave instructions, sometimes by telephone, sometimes in person, that this one is in that network, in that zone, so interrogate and get responses so we can research further. Do you remember saying that, sir?
Response. Yes, I do.
Just one thing about the network, because you have been answering questions and using this again and again, the network name. Is that correct, sir, that the situation was that the prisoners, when talking about the network, they had to give names of individuals on papers? Is that the situation?
Response. Yes, there is.
Now, when you said that, so names could be given and get responses so we can research further, what did you mean when you said that?
Response. I believe that the research further means to interrogate thoroughly and more in depth to find the more network association, for example.
Thank you. Now you said something else in the same interview, ERN 0016-1585, page 18. Here is what you said. You said, so the question was, so when the prisoner implicated A, B, C, D, as you recall it, were those who had been implicated brought into, or were there no follow-up and additional arrests? And here is what you said. You said the responses of those implicated, later I met some of them brought in for interrogation for having been involved in previous responses in which people had implicated them earlier. Do you remember saying that?
Response. Yes, I do.
So, sir, is the situation as follows? Some name, allegedly part of a network, were given by someone being interrogated, a detainee, and later you yourself, you saw some of the people named in this confession brought themselves to S21. Is that correct?
Response. Yes, there is.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to ask you something about the truthfulness of all of that, all of this question. And answering a question of my colleague, you sort of touched upon that this morning, but I just want to put to you something that you said in the same interview, ERN 001 61584. Here's what you said. As for the responses that I got during the interrogation, my conclusion was that there were more false than true. And next page, 00161585, you said this. In the responses I spoke about, before and now, the responses of the prisoner had to be reported. Some seemed unlikely, inappropriate. Some only 16 to 18 years old were considered to be CIA. That was not proper. That's why I said they were not true. That's what I said. It was only after the hearsay is compiled into a story that can be said. And then you said this. Some prisoners, since we had tortured them, they were in pain, and they answered. Some responded, so I had to document it. And finally, a question which is a little bit long, but the answer is important. So let me put the question to you. Just the same page. A question was put to you. They ask you. You had the impression that the majority of the responses were probably not true. So did you think that Dutch thought the same as you, that the responses were not true? So we compared this with the intent of Dutch saying to interrogate until it came out they were enemies, until the traitor network came out. So when it did not come come out that many were traitors, did you think that Dutch saw that too or not? And here is what you said in answer. You said, I thought that my considerations and Dutch were not different, but the man was crazed with war and mistreating people. It seems he did not think much. That is my estimation. Do you remember saying that to the investigating judges?
Response, yes, I do.
What did you mean when you said Dutch was crazed with war and mistreating people? What did you mean, sir?
Response, could you please repeat your question?
Of course, of course. I read to you an answer you gave, and you said the man, you were talking about Dutch, you said the man was crazed with war and mistreating people. Could you just elaborate on that?
Response, I'm not quite sure if that statement is come through to me, because that's why I can't probably respond to you now.
So, I understand that. I read you a portion in substance saying that you did not believe the answers were true and that you thought Dutch did not believe either that the responses were true. Is that correct? Could you confirm that?
Response, I did say that the truth, the responses are not always truth. That's what I said.
Thank you. Now I want to ask you something. Yesterday you answered Judge Yasakon, and he asked you about Division 703, and he asked you if you knew about the rift between Division 703 and the West Force, and in substance you just said that you knew, and at the end it was only you left in Division 703. Now, I would like to put to you a statement about Division 703, 001, same statement, 001, no, sorry, statement of 25th September 2007, 001 61562, and here's what you said. Those arrested and put in S21 Tulslang, those who work there in the interrogation section and defense, all of their origins were from the 703, from the beginning. I estimate about 300, no fewer than 300, including defense and interrogation. So those from the 703, as far as I know, that was almost all of them. There remain only a few. Question: arrested and killed? Answer: all had been arrested and killed. Could you confirm you said that?
Response: yes, I did said that the force from 703, although I was not 100% sure, it's my conclusion. The total number was now less than 300, and in the end, in the interrogation section, only 8 was remained of the 703 force, and in the defense there were only 5 or 6 left.
And the same page, here's what you said. Question: from your observation as an interrogator or through discussion with other interrogation cadres, were the arrest of 703 because of Dutch dissatisfaction or fear of the 703 would take its position, or what? This according to your personal understanding. And here is what you said. On this, I can just say that the 703 forces at the time were the first to come to S21, all from 703. Since he had moved from the PJ to S21, all the forces were the special forces of the 703, like Taman, Peng, Toy, Bu, who we had requested from the 703 special forces to come to supervise. And the small low-level forces were from the 703. So I imagine that Dutch did not want the 703 forces to supervise everything. I do not know, or they were tracking down and arresting 703 network. I do not know. So those who had histories from the 12th division, the 703, everyone was angry. So my conclusion was he did not want the 703 to rise to power. He was afraid he would not be the chairman forever. Could you confirm that you said that to the instructing judges?
Response: yes, I did say that.
And is that just if you can answer yes or no, is that true?
Response: yes, that is true.
Now, here is what you said about the fate of one of the big men of Division 703, Ho. Here's what you said. 001 61 577 D19/7. Question: I want you to explain a little about Ho. Is he alive today? Answer: Ho, from what I know, Dutch shot him to death in 79. Dutch ordered subordinates to shoot him when they arrived at Am Lang when the Vietnamese came. Question: what month? Answer: I do not remember clearly, but while fleeing the Vietnamese I was confused then. Question: about Ho being shot, did you see this or learn this through someone? Answer: according to what I know from a friend who lived with them, he said this. Question: his name? Answer: when he told me, it seems it was at Kompong Lang. He's alive today, sir. Answer: Cham, sir? Sorry, question. Cham sir, answer. I do not know which sir, the defense unit. Did you say that, sir, in front of the investigating judges?
The response, yes, I did say that.
Is that true?
Response, yes, that is true.
Your Honor, I have one more question. Am I allowed? Thank you. So, you probably know that before you, Him Hoi was at this bar at your seat and was testifying. And I want to read you two very, very short portions of what he said. And because you were yourself at the political training, ideological training, torture training session, I just want to know if yes or no you can confirm what he said. That's all. And it's very, very short portion. Here is the first portion. When I myself asked him the question, here is what he said. As I already stated early on, during the study sessions lectured by Dutch, Dutch personally and directly said that everyone will be smashed or killed, not only the people who were detained at S21. I believe because he said that we had to kill them all. So there were prisons all across the country. So I mean everyone would be killed. And later my colleague, Mr. Ong Kim Soon, came back to this topic, and here is what Mr. Him Hoi said. First, Dutch stated, he said, everyone had to be killed, and leaving only 4 million people. And then later on he said, everyone shall be smashed to bits, to all, and the statement I still remember ever since. So that is my last question to you. Can you remember Dutch saying anything like that during the session, the training session?
Response. That is Him Hoi's statement to the question regarding the content of what he just said. I'm not really clear on it. It's been so long already. So I cannot say clearly whether it was said during the training.
Sir, I have no further question, and I would like, on behalf of the people I represent, to thank you for having come here and for testifying. Thank you very much.
The President, next, I would like to give the floor to the accused to make his observations regarding this witness testimony. The accused, you are reminded that besides what you have responded through the civil party lawyers group 3, you don't need to raise it again. If you have any additional remarks to be made, you can proceed. The accused, Mr. President, first of all, I would like to make a clarification on document EAN 0017439, which the co-prosecutor showed this morning during the questioning to the witness. With the President's leave, I would like the documents to be shown again. The President, the AV officer, could you project the document 0017439 on the monitor? The President, Judge Laverne, shall you take the floor?
Juste pour le transcript.
Judge Lavergne, for the purposes of the record, I'd like to specify that this document bears the following references: D32/4 in Roman numerals, Annex 58.
The President, the AV official, are you able to project that document with the EAN 00174392 on the screen again? If you cannot do it, please report it. The President, the accused, you may proceed. The accused, Mr. President, the writing in black reads the response of a Main Hieng alias Chond from the Energy. That is my handwriting. And it is not Prakon's handwriting. And the writing beneath in red ink is my superior's handwriting, that is Son Sen's. So this is not to confuse with the writing and the role of Attorney 1 and the person who has the authority to make the arrest. And I reported these documents to my superior. So this is just my verification on this document. The President, AV officer, return the screen to the normal court view. The President, Judge Lavergne, you take the floor.
Judge Lavergne, concerning this document as well, we said that this was an interrogation that had been carried out by Prakan. Can the witness confirm to us that he was the one who conducted this interrogation?
Prakon, yes, I did interrogate this person, and the handwritings on the cover page was as the accused Dutch confirmed. The President, the accused, you may proceed with your observation. The accused, Mr. President, I do not want to talk more on this document. And now I would like to talk about the person, this witness, Prakon. I would like to say that up until the 7th January 1979, I never saw, never heard of the name or the face of this person, Prakon. What I say is that he was a minor staff at S21 office. I have searched for a long time to understand the biography of Prakon. Initially, Prakon was a staff of a special unit. Later on, I requested her to transfer him to be an interrogator cadre. He himself also stated that he stayed in the house which marked letter R, which is now known as the Beehive radio station. And he completed or performed his duty as a guard posting outside. That was one of his duties as a special force. Later, he became an interrogator. The document which verifies that he was in the special unit was D25/1. It was the complaint of Boommain, whom he alleged that this Prakon is his witness. He said his first witness was Vanat, and second witness, Prakon, a Khmer soldier who transported the prisoners to Chương Ai. And a document which confirms that he was the interrogator was a document which was just shown on the screen. That he interrogated a female person whose name I cannot recall. Therefore, I can say that the testimony shows that Prakon is faithful to his biography before this chamber. Regarding his activities in the special unit, he had mentioned it continuously. And he also talked about his role in the interrogation unit. One point that I would like to raise for our consideration at this stage is that Prakon said the interrogators had the duty to apply pressure on the prisoners not to allow them to scream or shout. This is one view. In addition to the testimony of Chung Mei, who were interrogated for 12 days and nights, Chung Mei, that is the name, he did not say that he either screamed or shouted or cried before the interrogator at all. Separately, Boommain was the same in providing his testimony before this chamber. He never said that he cried or scolded or shouted at the interrogator. Therefore, the three testimonies, when they combine, we can form a view that the accused, even if they suffered, they would hold and not scream. And this is the view that was raised by Prakon, which was a little bit absurd. And this is just for the chamber's consideration. I also agree with Prakon that it's fearful to think of the time I observed, and through my observations, I believe in the testimony, wherever it might lead to. True or false, it doesn't matter, it had to proceed. For example, in the testimony where 5 or 6 cadres of S21 interrogating a female prisoner, although he himself realized that the judges did not believe his testimony, he still continued to say. And there were more examples of this type. This falsified testimony, yes, there were many. But I think it came out as a result of fear. At that time, you were afraid, you were fearful of being arrested by me. But now, you are afraid that you might be faced with the court as I am facing now. I do not demand or need any of my subordinates to stand with me before the chamber. I am responsible before the court, legally and emotionally, for what happened at S21. I would like now to talk about the female interrogators. I have already confirmed regarding the organization of the female interrogators to interrogate female prisoners. And Mott, the housewife, was the chief. And Khun, whose wife, was the deputy chief. That was Nun, whose wife. And Ni, Pon's wife, was the member. And Ron was also a member. And when I arrested Hui, Ninh Hui, on the 6th December 78, I also arrested Khun. Therefore, the female interrogating cadres, there were only 3 remained: Mott, Ni, and Ron. And you said that I arrested all the female interrogators, and that is wrong. But it's not all wrong. This is just a document to show that Mott is still alive. 800 040 040. And 0092. Let me read the EIN number again, says the accused. 00 040 092 in point 7 towards the end, Mott finished interrogating on the 10th December 78. Therefore, this document shows Mott is still alive. This document also confirms my theory that if Ho was alive, then nobody would arrest Mott. And if Pon was alive, then nobody would arrest Ni. And if Trau was alive, then Ron would not be arrested. However, Prakon did not make a complete false testimony. Let we look at number 10, also a female person, and the interrogator was male, Payne. So this is just my remarks for your honors, and this witness testimony is not fully right. It should have documents to support what he claimed. And don't just say anything without having any documentary evidence. And in another document, you made your statement before the co-investigating judges that Chan Chakray was a member of the Central Committee. Chan Chakray was the name, Chan Chakray alias Mieng. So that was your statement. You claimed subjectively without having any documentary evidence to support it. In fact, you were neither a member nor a youth league member, and you claimed regarding the seniority of those people, and that is not possible. And the documents which confirms Chan Chakray alias Mien was not a member of the Central Committee. On page 14 of document dated 9 October 75 of the meeting of the Standing Committee. At EAN number 00 019 019. So it is 00019 0001921. Pol Pot wrote, Min's unit generally was good. Previously, he might be afraid of the enemy and tries to survive. His previous background was not to support but to evade. However, he would not give in to the enemy. But he actually joined Angka. Be careful on this person. On speaking, be vigilant on speaking. In order to show that he was a traitor, so that he would not see his future. We analyze the situation that whether it was appropriate for his evasion. And do not publish it. Therefore, if we continue reading, we would learn that he was afraid of the enemy and he evaded. And the judgment whether true or false is based on our network. So this is a document to confirm that Chan Chakray was not a member of the Central Committee. And another document, it is the minutes of the meeting of the Central Committee on the 19th, 20 and 21 of April 1976. Pol Pot said, the Comrade Mien and Comrade Nat, that is Nat at age 21, are just the cadres of the General Staff who have been mobilized to assist in the General Staff's affairs. In the combat operation, and not to control any force. Therefore, either Nat or Chan Chakray was not a member of the Central Committee because they were being suspected. And you just said here and there that he was a member of the Central Committee. It's confusing. The President, the accused, in your remark, you have to only say which parts of the testimony that you agree or which parts that you disagree, and please observe and behave properly and don't intend or don't apply any pressure on the witness. You can only make observation or remarks regarding the testimony or parts of the testimony of the witness as you consider true or false. And it is the Chamber's discretion to analyze and to make conclusion on the statement. So you are reminded to have a proper conduct in the Chamber. Alan Werner, I see you on the feet. You go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, and in addition, I would just request for the accused not to address directly the witness. He has to address Your Honors, not directly talk to the witness. Thank you.
The President, we already addressed your problem. The accused, would you wish to proceed with further observation? The accused, thank you, Mr. President. The reason I raised this evidence is to support the proof that the testimony of Prakon it's not true when he said that Chan Chakray was the member of the party center, because his argument was not substantiated, because there was no proof. And I would like to move further. Yesterday, when he came in, he said that there were female medics at the S21 named Nam Mon. And later on, he said that the one who treated her was Thorn instead. Nam Mon was not the medic. Thorn was actually the medic.
Mr. President? You
take the floor. Said the President. Would you wish to make any other observation other than from what Alang Werner already stated? If so, you can proceed. Otherwise, you are not allowed to do so. Because if the President has already decided, then you should not really reiterate it again.
No, I would like to object to what the accused said. That was a wrong quotation from what the witness said yesterday. He did not say that he recalled exactly not the name of Namon as a medic, female medic. That he said possibly it could be, and then he added he cannot recall the name or names of female medics. That is what the witness said, and then please, that is only to remind you to be correct in the quotation of what the witness really said, and if necessary we can I can add the transcript which is already in the draft version submitted. Thank you.
The President, the objection is not granted, but the accused, please be advised to talk to the chamber rather than pointing straight to the witness. You have already been reminded time and again, and the chamber is of full capacity to analyze all the testimony and statements and information it is fed with, and we finally will analyze what kind of information and statements are not true or not relevant. So we will objectively consider the matter, and it is the trial chamber itself who will make this final judgment. The accused. regarding the female medics at S21, actually there were 2 of them, but they were not the medics produced by S21, but they were the detainees who were used by S21. There were Laj Dara, alias Thorn, who studied in China. She was the niece of Nguyen Chia, and the second medic was Hak Padet, alias Nguyen, who studied in the Soviet Union and who was the detainee at the beginning, the detainee who turned medics. So there were only 2 of them, Laj Padet and Thorn. So they were not the medics trained at S21. They were detainees who were turned medics. There was another dentist who was used by S21 to treat people at S21. You can find this document in 00171-143 with that number. You can find the name of Dara, Laj Dara, and Hak Padet, alias Nguyen, in number 165. And the dentist I used to cure or treat my dental problem, her name appears in this document also. Thank you very much. The President, it is now time to take an adjournment for lunch. So the chamber will adjourn until 1:30 p.m. Mr. Prakhan, since your testimony has not yet come to an end and the defense counsel has not yet put questions to you, so after lunch we would like to hear you again. So please be informed that you are summoned to come back after lunch, maybe 1 hour after lunch. Your testimony will be completed. Court officer is now instructed to take him to the waiting room and return him to the courtroom by 1:30. The security personnel are directed to take the accused to the detention facility and return him to the courtroom by 1:30.
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. I notice the defense counsel on his feet. Go ahead.
Mr. Hu, thank you, Mr. President. Just to avoid interrupting you later on, I would like to apologize to the chamber. I shall not be able to attend next Monday and Tuesday as I have to go to Lebanon within the framework of my work in the Lebanon Tribunal. So Mr. Kasavut will represent the defense Monday and Tuesday next week. Thank you.
The President. Thank you, Defense Counsel, for the information. Before we continue hearing the testimony of the witness Koksro, I would like to give the floor to Judge Cartwright to inquire concrete information from the co-prosecutor regarding their tentative submission, as well as the tentative submission by civil party lawyer Studzinski. Judge Cartwright, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The co-prosecutors indicated a wish to make a brief submission, and the Chamber is ready to hear that submission now.
Thank you, Your Honour. Your Honours, the submission is basically in relation to the manner and conduct of the questioning. This morning, Mr. President, you granted the civil party the opportunity not to question the witness in the time slot provided, but go straight to the accused and question the accused. As Your Honour is aware, under Rule 91, and Rule 90, the basic rules in relation to the questioning of the accused are that the accused is questioned first in the trial, which he has done, and given evidence, and then the witnesses follow. And certainly the prosecution are not in a position to say that the accused should not be questioned by the parties as matters arise with the witnesses. But what we would say in relation to the general obligation to protect victim and witnesses under Rule 29, where it states that the trial chamber should take into account the needs of the victims and witnesses, generally we would submit that it's not the best method to allow the accused to be questioned and giving evidence in the middle of the witness's testimony. So, for example, as what happened today, we had the civil parties questioning the accused. The accused was disputing the testimony of the witness, and that was done prior to the witness finishing his evidence. The effect of that, and I think we all saw the effect of that, is that it's quite intimidating to a witness to be challenged directly prior to you finishing your questioning. And the sum total effect of that is that the questioners that follow, the other civil parties and perhaps even the defence, they are left with a witness that has been undermined by the accused before he's fully finished his testimony. And then obviously that leaves in the mind of the witness that there's less trust in what he has to say, and there is less ability for him to be able to testify confidently and comfortably. Now, the prosecution, Your Honours, are not saying that the witness, of course, shouldn't be challenged, and he should be challenged where appropriate. But the challenging by the accused, or the questioning of the accused, should be after the witness has fully testified, so that he's not intimidated by challenges that are made by the accused. Another matter that we would just like to raise is that we would submit that observations of the accused...
Excuse me, Mr. Smith, would you just slow down a little, because I think it's a bit difficult for translation to keep up with you. Thank you.
I apologise for that. The second point, Your Honours, is in relation to when the accused makes observations of the witness's testimony. We would submit that those observations should be made after the defence counsel has questioned the witness. And the reason why we state that is that we submit that it's important that the witness testifies in a regulated, methodical manner And all the parties, the council, the defence counsel and the civil parties are quite aware of how we should do that. The accused hasn't really or isn't really bound by those rules and procedures, and I would submit it's quite unregulated, so that by the time he is questioned by the defence, there's a slight undermining of his confidence in giving the testimony. So we would submit that the questioning by the parties of the accused be done once the defence counsel have finished, and secondly, the observations of the accused be made after the defence counsel has finished his questions, in order to make the environment in which this witness testifies be as comfortable and accommodating for him to get that testimony out. As Your Honours is aware, it's very, very difficult for these witnesses to come to court 30 years later, and they come to court with mixed feelings, which is quite understandable, and I think it's important that we create an atmosphere that encourages them to talk, so that Your Honours can get to the truth of the matter in this case. That's all the submissions I have.
Yes, thank you. Now, is there any comment on that submission from the civil parties? It would be extremely helpful if perhaps one of the civil party lawyers could make the response on behalf of all. Mr. Jacquin?
Mr. President, I will take the leave to answer insofar that the submission by the co-prosecutor follows the questions that I put this morning. It seems to me that the practice that was retained by the President was regarding the speech time for each one of the civil parties. I could ask questions directly to the accused and to the witnesses. I have several observations to make. If following the questions from the civil parties, well, maybe the civil parties could ask for extra time to ask questions to the accused. I think that would be an ideal solution. But if the interpretation of this rule was going to deprive the civil parties of the possibility of asking questions to the accused, I think that would be restrictive, and I think that each one's statements following would be a bit limiting, and I think that from time to time a debate and an exchange it would be of interest. Otherwise, the statements of the accused referring to the witness are a bit of a unipersonal litany, which does not allow us to interrogate and question him more specifically, and also provides information that does not answer our questions directly. So I don't have any opposition, of course, to Rule 9091. Of course, if we had extra time to ask questions, that would be ideal. So I'd like to say that we had an informal discussion among the civil party lawyers, and we said that we felt a bit deprived, and we said that maybe we could also plan, because we had very minimal time during the last hearings. We would like, therefore, to be able to submit our questions in writing, the questions that we did not have the time to ask. So this is what I would like to say concerning these points.
Can I just clarify, Ms. Shakan, you have no objection to the proposal put by the international co-prosecutor that the accused be questioned after the defence has put its questions, so long as the civil parties have an opportunity to put questions, preferably with extra time allocated. Is that a fair summary?
Ms. Jacques, if we could be allowed to speak with the witness and then with the accused, that would be the ideal solution for us. So if we were allowed to talk on both occasions separately.
Thank you. Does the defence wish to comment?
Mr. Roux, indeed. My colleague was concerned to know if concerned about the fact that the witness could be frightened. I believe that it's rather the co-prosecutors that are frightened by this adversarial hearing. The rules that were followed this morning seem to me to be a proceeding that allows for an adversarial debate. I do not see who could be afraid of this. I do not at all believe, and the witness has proven this, that he was frightened in any way whatsoever by the observations of the accused when the accused spoke regarding the questions that were put to him by the civil parties. I believe that the procedure that was followed is an interactive procedure that allows questions to be asked at the right moment. If now we were to decide to give extra time again to the civil parties and to the prosecutors in order to put questions to the accused again, then we would have to reopen the possibility for the witness to answer these extra questions. And then we'd fall again into the same confusion that we managed to get out of a few weeks ago. So I suggest that we do not get to this. It seems to me that, first of all, we can allow or the civil parties or the prosecutors to use their time to ask questions directly to the accused, and therefore to allow the witness who has not indeed finished his testimony to allow him to answer, as he did. He did so. He did sit. In the case of another question, and this is what I would call an interactive questioning session. So we can stand by this stance that was adopted this morning, that is to say, to allow each party to use its time to put questions to the accused. However, I would like to restate, because we're speaking about speech time, I'd like to restate, and I continue believing that giving the defense only the same amount of of time as the civil parties to put questions without taking into consideration the time that was allotted to the prosecutor. I do not believe that this solution is adequate and satisfactory. The defense should be able to enjoy the same amount of time as the totality of the parties. Here, this is a very, very serious disbalance. And since we are also continuing on this topic, I would like to say that we would gain a lot of time and clarity if the civil parties could agree among themselves so that it be each time one single team putting questions representing all of the parties, and that these teams rotate and represent all of the parties. This way we would gain an enormous amount of time. This is the defense's position.
Yes, Maître Roux, just one point of clarification, please. Can you give a concrete example of any time when the defence has not had enough time to put its full number of questions to any witness, civil party or the accused for that matter?
Metro, yes, indeed. I can tell you that we are getting rid of a certain number of our questions, and regretfully so, in order to abide by the time that is allotted to us. And very often I had to suppress questions that I had planned to put quite often.
The President, Judge Lavergne, you take the floor.
Judge Lavergne, it seems to me that up until now, the defense had never fully used the time that was allotted to it. So you are telling me that you are holding back in your questioning, but I do not quite understand, because if you do not use the totality of the time that's allotted to you, how can you tell us then that you would have liked to have more time to put questions? Mr. Yes, of course, I can answer you as long as that I consider that several substantive questions that I'm necessarily going to put are going to go over time. I will not put these questions, and this happened the other day when we were questioning the accused, and it happened on other occasions. So I cannot start questioning if I know that I will not be able to go all the way with my questions. But if we had more time, I could guarantee you that we might not use the totality of the time. It's true, there are moments, of course, when it's not necessary to add extra questions, but sometimes, yes, indeed. Judge Lavergne, in this case, well, at the end of the questions, if you can say, we do not have any further questions to put, maybe you should be clearer about this, because what is recorded is that you no longer have any questions to put. And this clarification is something that's completely new to us. Do you agree with this?
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you. I take note of this, and indeed, next time, if necessary, I will add, of course, given the amount of time that it's allotted to me, I have no further questions to put. And I'd like to remind you, it was this week when I did not have the time even to say goodbye to the witness. So, and I had to abide because that was the Chamber's decision. But if you wish so, I will specify each time, indeed, the defense does not have any further questions to put. I will specify this if necessary. Judge Lavergne, I believe that we have to indeed give the opportunity to the Chamber to indeed examine the submission. If you do not do so, the Chamber will consider that the time that is allotted to you is satisfactory. Mr. Hu, indeed, I had asked my assistants to write up a motion to say that the defense did not have enough time, so you will be receiving this written motion shortly. Judge Lavergne, it might not be necessary, or Mr. Hu, or you can, of course, waive this, and I can indicate to you as of now that the defense would like to have the same amount of speech time as the prosecutors and the civil parties put together. That is my submission.
The President, the International Co-Prosecutor, you take the floor. And please be brief, because we should address the matter in just 10 minutes, but now we seem to stray away from the confined time, and that we are now violating the rights of the witness, because we're supposed to send him home after we finished our testimony. So we are now dealing with the request according to what the co-prosecutors and the parties would wish to have, because they would prefer the expeditious proceedings and for the course of justice. So please be brief.
Thank you, Your Honour. I think that's the problem of having about 20, 25 lawyers in a room. Your Honour, in relation to the defence's response, the prosecution's time limit is very short as well, and there needs to be an equality of arms at this trial. The civil parties don't have the responsibility of proving the case, the prosecution does. The prosecution, of course, would like more time to ask questions. The prosecution had a lot more questions to ask, because, as you know, Your Honour, under the rules, the prosecution has the responsibility of proving the case beyond reasonable doubt. As far as time limits are concerned, this was an agreement that the defence bought into when we had the trial management meeting. All of the parties said that they wanted the trial to be short, but also ascertain the truth. And to do that, all of the parties have to compromise to a certain extent in relation to time limits. So I find it strange now that the defence are asking for more time, when in the beginning they wanted the trial to be finished a lot more quickly than was envisaged. And one last point, the prosecution encourages the interactivity of the debate. However, it's very, very important that the witness is not sitting in the dock being talked about by all of the parties in cross-examinations of the accused whilst they're in the middle of their testimony. That's very, very undermining of their evidence and the way they would perceive their evidence before this court. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The President wishes me to indicate that a ruling on this matter will be given probably on Monday orally, but simply we reserve our decision on this point. Now, Ms. Studinsky, you had an application also.
Yes, thank you. I have one observation and one application, as I said this afternoon. First, my observation from this morning is as follows. The 4 groups of civil parties have been allocated each group 15 minutes for questioning a witness. And I observed that Group 2 was interrupted already after 12 minutes. Now it seems to be perhaps, I take this word, ridiculous to struggle for 3 minutes, but to give you that is 20% of our time. And I even could not inform the chamber that I have this book there in the courtroom in front of me, and where I observe if I abide by the time that was allocated to the parties. And I wanted to add, Mr. President, to inform you, it is, as far as I see, not we didn't reach the 15 minutes, but it was not possible. While other parties and all parties, except the defense, exceeded their time this morning. That was the prosecution and the other civil party lawyers, I think, except Group 4, I'm not sure. So that I would like to ask the chamber, at least, if this time is so short already, then that it's not possible to cut it and to deprive us 20% of our time, and without having the opportunity to let the chamber know that this time was not yet reached. That is one observation from this morning, and I checked this time if I want to know. Mr. Kongpise started at 11.
Thank you. I think you've made your point really clearly, and I understand it clearly. Could you move to your application now? Thank you.
The application is the following, and it has, I will explain it very briefly, that all civil party, or it happens to civil party lawyers that they could not ask all questions that they wanted to ask and that they prepared in the allocated time. And I would like to make, and that concerns the questions to the accused and to witnesses, and I would like to make the following application to allow us to submit at least the outstanding questions to the chamber, and to give the chamber the opportunity at least to ask these questions. And only to give you, one example from the witness, Mr. Prakhan, from today, who was asked if he ever saw the accused being involved personally in torture. The witness responded with no, but he was not asked, and he could not be asked because of the lack of time. I have prepared these questions, but he could not be asked what is about the kicking against people that he has, according to previous statement, observed, or blows given to prisoners that he claims to have observed. And so as we have learned from the witness, Mr. Van Nat, there is a very different understanding what torture is, and as Mr. Van Nat, when he testified, said that he obviously did not understand kicking, for example, as torture. And therefore, only to give you one brief example, it would be helpful if at least the chamber, if not the parties get this right, if at least the chamber could take such, I think, important questions to put them to the witnesses or respectively the accused. And so my application is to give the parties the opportunity, all parties of course, to submit their questions that are not yet, could not yet be asked to before the chamber, to let them know which they find still necessary to ask the witness or the accused. Thank you. This is my application.
Assuming that all civil party lawyers support that application, do the co-prosecutors have any comment, submission to make?
Just the mechanics of it. I mean, writing down the questions and giving them to your honours, whether it be in 3 languages, it may still be better that at the end of the questioning by the defence that the parties actually submit them directly rather than in writing. I think it might actually take less time if they just briefly perhaps announce what the topic is and have your honours decide whether that topic or that particular question is relevant. I think it might be more time consuming if it was in writing. But we support the idea in principle.
Sorry, could I only clarify? Of course, I didn't say it, but I meant to submit this question to make it complete orally, of course, to the chamber and not in writing. Thank you.
Does the defence have any comment?
Mr. Wu, Your Honor, this is another way of asking the same question as the one that was asked by another civil party group, that is to say, to try to gain extra time at the end of the proceedings to restart the proceedings. Therefore, the defense is completely against the fact that we restart the proceedings. So under the reservation of what I indicated earlier on regarding the time that the defense is asking for in order to have equality of arms, I therefore consider that this procedure that we have been following for the past weeks is a procedure that has allowed us to move ahead, and therefore we should not backtrack and start back where we return to where we started from.
The President, Mr. Kasawut, you take the floor. Lawyer Kasawut, thank you, Mr. President, Your Honors. So far as I remember, Ms. Tudzinski was the one who would like the proceedings to be more expeditious, and she was encouraging such expedited proceedings. Now, I don't understand why she keeps prolonging such proceedings, and I don't know when and how long she would like the proceedings to last after all. So I would request the chamber to stand by its decision and practice so far.
Yes, I note, Ms. Studinsky, that you wish to take the floor again. As I understand the civil law system, the defence has the final right to speak. Unlike the system I am accustomed to, you get no right of reply, so I'm very sorry.
The President, now we have heard the submissions made by the co-prosecutor and the two civil party councils. And we will notify the parties of our decision on Monday next week. That is 27th of July 2009. The Chamber regrets that the time allocated to the hearing of the testimony as well as the time allocation to hear the submissions by the co-prosecutor and the civil party lawyer was supposed to be something like 10 minutes, but it took almost an hour now. So we do not have time to continue hearing the testimony of the witness Kuksros. The Chamber apologizes to the witness that we decided to keep you until now, and the Chamber will now adjourn. It will resume on Monday next week, 27th of July 2009, from 9 a.m. Court officer, can you facilitate with the visual to have the witness return to his residence and invite him to come back to the chamber on Monday, 27th of July at 9 a.m. in order to continue to hear his testimony. Security guards take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back on Monday, 27th of July at 9 a.m. The chamber is now adjourned.
Response. I thought it was my duty to do that. That's why I had to reveal the truth.
Thank you, Your Honour. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Prakhan.
The President, now it is time we give the opportunity to the civil party lawyers, and each group has 15 minutes. So we can now start from group 4 first. Please be reminded that you have 15 minutes to put question to this witness. Hong Kam Soon, thank you, Mr. President. Your Honors. Good morning, Mr. Prakorn. I would like to put some questions to you. Yesterday, you talked about the time when you left Tuol Sleng prison, former S21 security office. A few days before that, you said that you did not work. Is it fair to say that the reason you did not work a few days before the 7th of January because you were not assigned to do the task, or because you got order not to perform your task anymore? Response. Yesterday I did say so, because before the 7th of January, just a few days before that, there were transportation of detainees from the prison days and night, and interrogation ground to a halt, and there was no more interrogation, and we were idle and just stayed in the houses because detainees were all smashed at Chiang Ek. Hong Kam Soon, thank you. Through the photo shown by the co-prosecutor, you pointed to the place where you had worked on the house located on a small road, and that Mr. Francois Roux would like that location to be marked as A, for example. So from the place you worked and to the down part of that location, you said they were houses for interrogation. So the detainees would be taken to be interrogated in those houses, and that they were taken from Ponyayat High School, or the former compound of S21. Is that correct? Response. People who were taken out to be interrogated were taken from the inner buildings, and the interrogation were conducted from 7 to 11 a.m. and after the interrogation session, they would be returned to the cells, and then they would be taken out again to be interrogated for another session before they were returned to the cells. So the detainees would not be kept in the interrogation houses after interrogation. Hong Kam Soon, thank you. When detainees were taken from the inner buildings, were you in charge of walking those detainees, or were you assigned to just wait to receive them at any particular point of the location? Response. I walked to the outside of the building and asked the guards to just walk or to take out the detainees, and I was waiting outside. Hong Kam Soon, thank you. I would like to move back a little bit to the time when, during the Liberation Day, during the time that you did not work, a few days before that time, did you visit the workshop? Response. At that time, we did not move about. I, of course, walked to the kitchen and then returned to the place where we had stayed. Hong Kum Soon, thank you. Could you please verify the term kitchen? I mean, kitchen here was located in the Tuol Sleng compound, or where was it located? Response. The kitchen situated between Street 330 and the East Road, so it was located there. Hong Kong Soon. So that kitchen was meant to serve food for staff member or interrogators, or was it the same kitchen for the other detainees at S21? Response. There was another kitchen to the west, which is separate from this kitchen, because that kitchen was for detainees, and this kitchen outside of the wall of the complex was for the staff members. Hong Kong Soon, thank you. I am clear now. Regarding the interrogations, if any detainee could not write, then you would be of assistance to write those confessions. So in that kind of writing, were you supposed to write whatever you prefer rather than whatever the detainee would tell you? Response. Normally, we wrote according to what the detainees told us. Sometimes we could not understand what they told us, so we asked them to repeat. And in writing, actually, we were not supposed to write our own ideas other than those of the detainees. Mr. Kumthun, thank you. You said here that there were three options: the CIA, the KGB, and the Vietnamese enemies or spies. And then detainees would be put to select among the three. So, to you, do you or had you ever understood those terms? Response. I was not well explained, and detainees were not well explained either, because we just wanted them to say which string or network they belong to, you know, the KGB or CIA or Vietnamese enemies. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. What about the detainees? Did they understand the three terms used here? Response. Sometimes detainees said they were associated with CIA, KGB, or Vietnamese enemy, so different detainees would give different accounts concerning the terms. Mr. Kumsun, yesterday you indicated about the confessions which were adjusted before they were sent to superiors. My question is, were the adjustment made because interrogator would prefer the confessions to be like what they preferred, or what? Response. The term adjustment here was meant in particular for example, the detainees would handwrite or handwrote the documents, and then we would like to have them typed, and then we can also correct some words or structure so that they are easy to be read. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. The same confessions. Yesterday, you already stated this, but we would like your clarification. During interrogation, there were those who walked past and sometimes came into the interrogation session, and there were some annotations on documents. When you were interrogating the detainees, were they entering the interrogation room and then annotated on those pieces of documents? Respond, I think it was a different situation. These kind of things did not happen simultaneously, because after the confession sent to them, then they would annotate on the documents, but they only occasionally walked past the place where we interrogated the detainees. Mr. Hong Kum-soon, thank you. You said they walked past, Dodge and Ho. Were they just walked past, or were they also taken part in the interrogation? Response, I think it was none of their duty to interrogate detainees, but it was their duty to patrol the area. Mr. Hong Kum-soon, now regarding the compound of the S21 or the former Lycée Ponyayat, now to the south of the complex or the Tuol Slang prison, were there any special prisons for special detainees? Response, to the south of the complex, next to the road, there was a special prison, the place I never went to. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. Regarding your travel from your place to the place where you saw a child being dropped from upper floor, could you tell the court about your freedom of moving about? So to what extent were you allowed to move about in that compound? Response, I was vested with the rights to only walk or move about from my place to the place where people were interrogated and to the kitchen. That's all. Last question, Mr. Hong Kum-soon says, during the training sessions on interrogations led by Dodge in the house located next to his house, during such sessions, were there any miming activities, for example, how people would play role in such torture techniques? Was there any incidents like that in that sessions? Response, no, there wasn't. Actually, we were only told and we only dictated what was being told and taught. Mr. Hong Kum-soon, thank you. Mr. Prakhon, I have no further questions for the time being. The President, next, Civil Party Lawyers Group 2, you take the floor. Sorry, said the President. Group 3, next.
Ms. Jacques. Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honors. Good morning, Mr. Pradkan. Mr. President, for the time that is available to me, I would like to put the questions that I have planned for the testimony of Mr. Pradkan if the court will grant me leave to do so.
ការផ្ដល់សក្ខីកម្មរបស់លោកប្រាក់ខនចំពោះមុខតុលាការនេះ
The President, could you please repeat your statement because I don't think I understand what you are saying.
Ms. Jacques, thank you, Mr. President. I was asking that I be granted the 15 minutes to put questions to the detainee, to the accused, about Mr. Pradkan instead.
អំពីលោកប្រាក់ខនតើបានឬទេ
The President, you are granted the leave to do so, but we would like to also inform you that since during the session when the testimony of Prakon is being heard, then you should put questions to the witness. But questions are welcome to be put to the accused, but only if the questions are related to the testimony of the witness here before the court. The accused, please be ready to respond to the civil party lawyer's questions.
Ms. Jacquin, thank you, Mr. President. I am Martin Jacquin. I am a lawyer for Civil Party Group 3. I would like you to tell us whether you confirm or deny the statements made by the witness when he said that you provided training for interrogators and that you provide their training for methods of torture as well.
បណ្ដុះបណ្ដាលអំពីវិធីនៃការធ្វើទរណកម្មផងដែរ
The accused.
ប្រាក់ខននេះ
Prakon
ដើមឡើយ
at the outset was the staff of the special unit. Later on, he was put into the interrogation group. So my education to him regarding interrogations ended, and Prakon also acknowledged that when he started interrogating detainees, he was not given any instruction. He only observed other interrogators during the interrogation sessions. Later on, he attended trainings with the other interrogators, and you can find this reference in Brother Mom Nai's document.
661 ទៅដល់00 078 056
So these documents can be found with the document of Brother Chan. However, I would like to also emphasize that he worked as the interrogator in early 1977 after he left the special unit. First, he was not trained, but later on he learned how to conduct interrogation. However, the 4 methods of interrogations were not taught to him, and he did not learn this. And I already stated earlier, even during the investigation phase, about this, and it made it clear that already.
Ms. Jacquin, thank you, sir. I know you have said a number of things, but I'd like to hear your direct comments on the testimony of Mr. Prak Khan. My second question concerns the incident of the child who was thrown from the balcony, as has been mentioned several times before. Do you think this incident did happen? Was it true? And do you think that this was an acceptable method of killing a child so that his or her mother could be forced to testify or to confess?
The accused, thank you, the lawyer. I have been expecting to respond to this question long ago, and thank you for putting it before me, and I would like to respond as follows. I don't believe it. It's short. My observation is that there were no three-story building located at that location. At the beginning, I read Prak Khan's confession or testimony. I thought that he was mentioning about the building in the compound of Bonyayat High School, but then he stated that the location was outside, so I am not convinced at all that there was such building outside the compound.
Ms. Jacquin, thank you, sir. Several times the witness also mentioned that you spent some time with the interrogations and that sometimes you would take time off and conduct the interrogation yourself before you left. Do you confirm or deny the witness's testimony?
The accused. I was in the leadership of S21. My duty was to annotate on the confessions of the victims. During my whole life, since I started to become the chairman of S21, I only interrogated one detainee, and only once I interrogated Khoi Thun, and that's all.
Ms. Jacquin, but sir, if you're a director, you would go around to make sure that people are working well. Perhaps in that context, as Prak Khan said, you may have stepped in for a few minutes during the interrogation. Is it not possible?
The accused. Your question is based on the very good observation. I really appreciate it. I would like to also indicate that S21 prison, Peng was in charge of his respective unit. Sometimes Paul would be in charge. Regarding the interrogation sessions, there were the head of the teams. For example, Prak Khan's group, there was Tit, who was the team leader. Whatever happened during that time, Prak Khan had to report to him. He could not pass through his team leader straight to me. It was also possible that Mom Nai could be used. But more frequently, Comrade Ho would be called to assist me regarding this matter. And I would like to take this opportunity to also make it clear that I really respected the organization, the assignments. If I assigned them as my deputy, then I had to build trust on them and to respect their performance. If I assigned them as the chief of the interrogators, then they would be expected to be assigned to monitor those interrogators. If I discussed any matter with Prakon without going through them, what was the point of assigning them to be the leaders of the group? So they were accountable for me, and they had to report everything to me. Whatever committed wrong, then they had to be accountable for their acts before me. So that's all.
Merci, Monsieur, pour ces précisions.
Mr. Shekan, thank you for these clarifications. Would you also confirm or deny the fact that you gave elements regarding the context or the situation of the person to the interrogator before he was going to interrogate in order to bring together these elements that you were looking for?
Prakon Council. I listened to your words in French. I still do not understand it clearly. Can you restate your question again? I would like to say again, said the accused. I still do not understand the difference between affirmé and confirmé. Can you explain a little bit further?
Monsieur, confirmer,
Mr. To confirm means to say that the witness said something that is true, and to deny means to say that the witness said something that is maybe not exactly true. So what I was asking, well, Prakan said that he had to follow instructions when he was interrogating, whether they were oral or written. So I wanted to know whether you agreed with that or not, whether you agreed that he was receiving these instructions.
Accused. I did not have time to provide instructions to every single interrogator, including Prakon. Even the expert staff of mine, that is, Comrade Pon, I did not have sufficient time to give him instructions on every single aspect of the matters.
Enfin, monsieur, deux dernières questions.
Ms. Shekan, two more questions. First question, would you say that the drawing of blood were done without your approval?
Accused. I would like to explain the matter in two sections. In his statement, Prakon said the drawing of blood was done on 1,000 persons, or even more than 1,000. He said every week 20 people had their blood drawn. I calculated the number and I concluded that Prakon actually calculated the number 20 times 52 weeks equaled 1 year. Therefore, it adds up to approximately 1,000. And when I see this figure, it reminded me of the witness KW30 that witnessed for M13 said every day M13 executed 20 prisoners. Therefore, within the 3-year period, or a little bit over 3 years period, M13 executed more than 30,000 people. So there is the similarity between these two witnesses. Yesterday, Prakon, before this chamber, did not dare to confirm that the blood was drawn from more than 1,000 people. I would like to say that the documents from those people whose blood was drawn still remains. From my calculation, there were probably 100 or so people whose blood was drawn. And on the second point, the person who ordered the blood to be drawn was my superior. That is Son Sen. And on the third point, I categorically denied the testimony of this Prakon, who yesterday said that I provided the blood to 3 hospitals. I only provided the blood to 1 hospital, that is the hospital of the general staff. I did not have any contact with Hospital 17. The Hospital 17 was a civilian hospital. It did not provide treatments to soldiers. And the chief of the general staff or the general staff did not have any contact with the civilian hospitals at all. Furthermore, the 703 Division Hospital, as stated by Prakon yesterday, was at the Monivong Hospital, as he said, and this is a lie. The 703 Division Hospital was originally the Monivung Hospital. But in 1978, it relocated to Nẹ Lương. And my superior worked there at that location. And my younger sibling also worked in that hospital, my younger sister. Therefore, his statements that I provided the blood to Hospital 98, Hospital 703, and Hospital 17, it's a fabrication. I only acknowledge one hospital where I sent the blood to. And I denied the blood to be supplied to the other two hospitals. This is my response, and I thank you very much, Council. The President, your group has actually 5 minutes overtime. And now it's time for the break, so the chamber will take a 20-minute break until 5 to 11 when it resumes. Court officer, can you provide necessary refreshments to the witness and bring him back before 5 to 11? The hearing is adjourned.
លើកដៃស្ពះគាត់ហើយយើងបានជូនហៅគឺនួរមួយដល់គាត់ជាគាត់ដែលគាត់ជាមនុស្សមានសំណាងគឺទី10000គាត់បាទខ្ញុំមានការប្រកាសប៉ុណ្ណឹងសូមឲ្យការជួយ Okay. Our announcement today is that we reached the number 12,000 this morning, and the lady who age 73, her name is Aomi. She comes from Santuk district of Hong Kong province. She became the lady number 12,000, and we appreciate and we congratulate her. We offer her a t-shirt and a cap representing that she is a lucky person to get their souvenir from us. And you know, it's easy to recognize her because her hair is completely white, and I am impressed. So she's staying on the second row today. Another thing is that we also want to say that during this month, the Public Affairs House has strengthened its effort to increase both outreach activity and visitor attendance at the court. So on my left-hand side, you can see Mr. Savanarong. He just tirelessly worked without thinking his family and wife at home. So he has to sleep in the province almost every day now. And when we just, I've seen you tired today. And he had to wake up at 3 like villager, you know, and of course we are happy even though we are tired. And besides that, we appreciate the work of the radio. I think radio play very important roles in helping the court besides television. So since we made the first announcement on Radio 102 with personal telephone number, I think people non-stop keep calling the court, and for the next 2 weeks, we expect more than 1,000 visitors. But remember, next 2 weeks, that means there will be only 4 days price, but more than 1,000. So, okay, again, if anybody want to contact or want to come in the group, mostly welcome. You can reach the 1-012488094 and just 012696220. So there's all an announcement from me, and I think the press release is in your hands. So last May and I and Savanarong are ready to answer any question you have. You want to make another announcement, please? Okay.
Just a short brief about the scheduling of the pre-trial chamber. The pre-trial chamber will not be having any hearings next week.
សូមការថាគឺអង្គរេជំនុំជម្រះគឺនឹងមានកម្មវិធីការវិភាគសម្រាប់ធ្វើការជំនុំជម្រះដំណើរបន្តនៅក្នុងសប្តាហ៍ក្រោយទេ
That's it.
នេះគឺជាអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំមានសូមសួរសំណួរអរគុណមានអីសួរហើយយកតាមពិតយើងគិតថា he asked the question, why do you think number 12,000 is important to make an announcement? Actually, our plan is we want to make an announcement when we reach 10,000. But actually, when we count the number yesterday, we reach 11,990. So this morning we started to count who get number 10 first. And ខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបថាតាមពិតយើងគម្រោងយើងថាទៅពេលដល់10000គឺយើងប្រកាសប៉ុន្តែដល់ពេលយើងចាប់ដើមរាប់ទៅយើងឃើញ12000 អញ្ចឹង10000សំទោស11990 អញ្ចឹងពីព្រឹកមិញនេះគឺបងប្អូនមកពីកំពង់ធំគឺយើងចាប់ដើមរាប់អ្នកទី1ទី2ទី3ទី4ទី5 6 7 8 9 10យើងកាត់ដល់លោកយាយហោតមានតែមានអាយុ73ឆ្នាំ តាមពិតយើងចង់ប្រកាសទៅពេលដែលទៅដល់10000ហើយចំនួនវាលើ10000 អញ្ចឹង10នាក់នេះគិតត្រឹមលោកយាយទៀតយើងមិនគិតទាំងអ្នកដែលមកបំពេញតែចំនួនជាង400នាក់ហ្នឹងទេណាអញ្ចឹងនេះគឺជាករណីពិសេស
Thank
So we are pleased that people of Cambodia pay much attention to the process of the court. Okay, good.
No more questions about court matters?
Okay, please.
We had information that the Japanese prison officer will come return very soon, and I have two questions regarding that. The one is, was there any offer from the Japanese government to put the Japanese prison officer, or was it like an offer from the court to have the Japanese prison officer, or was it just happened to be a Japanese?
What is the second question?
The second question is, was there any record to show that how many Japanese people were coming here to stay so long?
How many Japanese people to come here?
Yes, to see the session.
To see the session. Okay.
Well, the first question,
can I translate that question first? Cònមានសំណួរពីរទាក់ទងនឹងមន្ត្រីផ្នែកកិច្ចការសាធារណៈជាជនជាតិជប៉ុនហ្នឹងសំណួរទី1ថាតើវត្តមានរបស់លោកស្រីដែលជាអ្នកមន្ត្រីផ្នែកកិច្ចការសាធារណៈថ្មីឬក៏ជាអ្នកអពានរបស់សាលាក្តីម្នាក់ទៀតហ្នឹងគាត់ត្រូវបានមានបំណងជ្រើសរើសដោយរដ្ឋាភិបាលជប៉ុនឬក៏យ៉ាងណាហើយមួយទៀតគាត់ចង់សួរថាតើដល់ពេលនេះមានប្រជាជនជប៉ុនប្រមាណអ្នកហើយដែលមកសាលាក្តីឬធ្វើការនៅសាលាក្តី
The first question regarding Monsieur Kumaila, which will arrive in Cambodia by the end of this week. She has been competitively recruited in an open process where nationals from all countries have been competing about the position. So there's no. She's a Japanese, and we noticed that we have significant interest from Japan. So it's good for. We think it's good for the court that we also now get a Japanese spokesperson on the board. But she has not been hired because she's Japanese. She's been hired because through a regular competitive process. On the second question regarding how many Japanese citizens have visited the court, I'm not sure whether we have that statistics. So we would need to look into it and come back to you.
ចម្លើយរបស់លោកឡាអរសុនគឺថាលោកស្រីដែលជាអ្នកនាំពាក្យសាលាក្តីជាជនជាតិជប៉ុនគឺទទួលទុកផ្នែកកិច្ចការសាធារណៈដែរហ្នឹងគាត់នឹងមកដល់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជានៅចុងសប្តាហ៍នេះហើយគាត់ត្រូវបានធ្វើការជ្រើសរើសយ៉ាងម៉ត់ចត់តាមរយៈការជ្រើសរើសដែលមានអ្នកដាក់ពាក្យមកពីគ្រប់ប្រទេសគាត់មិនបាននិយាយចំនួនដែលខ្ញុំដឹងអ្នកដាក់ជាង90ដើម្បីយកកន្លែងគាត់មកហ្នឹងប៉ុន្តែគាត់ត្រូវបានជ្រើសរើសពីព្រោះគាត់មានសមត្ថភាពឬឃើញប្រវត្តិរូបរបស់គាត់ដែលបានចុះផ្សាយនៅក្នុងខ្សែអីហ្នឹងហើយហើយគាត់ត្រូវបានជ្រើសរើសមិនមែនមកពីគាត់ជាជនជាតិជប៉ុនទេគាត់ត្រូវបានជ្រើសរើសមកពីគាត់មានសមត្ថភាពគ្រប់គ្រាន់ដែលគេយល់ថាអាចដំណើរការនៅក្នុងកន្លែងសាលាក្តីនេះបានជាអ្នកបាននាំពាក្យនិងជាអ្នកមន្ត្រីផ្នែកកិច្ចការសាធារណៈកិច្ចការមួយទៀតគឺថាយើងយល់ថាវត្តមានរបស់គាត់វាជាភាពប្រសើរគឺល្អសម្រាប់តុលាការហើយគេបានជ្រើសរើសគាត់គឺមិនមែនដោយសារតែគាត់ជាជនជាតិជប៉ុនទេប៉ុន្តែដោយយល់ទៅលើសមត្ថភាពរបស់គាត់ហើយចំនួនមួយទៀតសួរថាតើមានជនជាតិជប៉ុនប្រមាណអ្នកហើយដែលបានមកដល់សាលាក្តីគឺខ្ញុំសូមអភ័យទោសគឺខ្ញុំមិនអាចនិយាយចំនួនពិតប្រាកដបានទេហើយយើងនឹងចាប់បានបកទៅស្រាវជ្រាវមើលវិញថាតើមានជនជាតិជប៉ុនប្រមាណអ្នកមកអរគុណ
We will also make sure to bring her on the next weekly press briefing so that we will present her for you so you can also ask her questions that will have a background.
ហើយយើងសូមបញ្ជាក់ថាគឺយើងនឹងជួយគាត់មកចូលរួមធ្វើសកម្មភាពសារព័ត៌មាននៅសប្តាហ៍ក្រោយនៅថ្ងៃពុធហើយនៅពេលនោះអស់លោកស្រីនឹងអាចមានលទ្ធភាពជួបគាត់បាន The question, I think I had to translate, but it's not correct. The question whether he had to come here to replace Mr. Sambat or not. And or she had to come here because Dr. Helen Chawi, what mean Helen Chawi? Because of the complicating issue relating Dr. Helen Chawi. I think the art of some loud one cứ ở miền tây nó còn men mau chụp bút nhom tây còn mau đi còn mau chiaอย่างtây ngay cái ca sa tiền nát anh đã chia cái này đi muốn cứ lô Peter Foster và bạn cán hai con bạn sầm ra càng bị khai ở nu chẳng lô say mau cứ mau lại nên bị bôi lô ao lô ra nó đang nhom ban ở vừa ca chụp lô Peter chỉ cho khai mà nhomสบายchân nên là miền Bắc lực còn cái mà đầu tiên đến nay cái ca sa tiền nát nhớ cứ miền Bắc lực anh đã chia itu tengnya menyia itu dolar Auslan dan belum serai cucian cepat dan mau ni dengan dua awal popular menaikkan kasa kita antara cincin biru jangan main mau jenuh yang ni cứ mau berkai dan mau curi red yang main mau dojol red dan yang cari kita berkai. So the answer is that she is not going to come and replace me. Actually, it is a position that has been allocated in the public affairs section. She will be working in international public affairs and replacing Peter Foster, who had been vacant since December last year. So you have been aware that because her absence, I have been working representing Peter as well. So for me, I'm very happy that now I have more international colleagues because we just have La also. So if we have one more, we will be having 2 international staff in public affairs. This is not including the interns. That's all from my side. This is my answer. Lại cho ba hết đấy. Con lấy nói thì luôn con. Tiếp.
Nhưng trong sông biển số ta sẽ còn nó có lọt miền bằng thừa cả luôn là số mai để còn mà.
The question is that did that Japanese lady have experience in Cambodia? The answer yes. If you read the newspaper today, that's made Cambodia passed on the Pia Plan Cambodia daily. I'm not sure to make program or not. But that means she used to work for the Cambodia daily, a business editor, and she also worked for an NGO called Women Against Silence. Okay, I think Women Against Silence. Yeah, I think you wrote it. So, chân trong lái chúng ta con bất tháo chúng con miền Bắc Việt Nam ở trong địa Campuchia và all over flavor the side explain and cause on here by the Cambodia daily. Nhưng thường thằng con từ chia đem cho con miền nàyถึงnúi này bò rau xí. Rồi con chia cây ông ca ta làm ba núi để miền Trung Hoa Women Against Silence miền này ta tây ประชันอำเภอมันงอนต่อมาในสงบสงี่ว่าจำเอาสุดท้ายมันสงบสงี่จะปัดเท้าเย็นเลยสงบสงี่เลยอ๋อมีอะไรเยอะแต่เราจะมาในในบทนะโอเคจนเรามีโตมันการแสดงอะไร
những trong cái sau đó là do một bạn này nên không sau đó những sau đó cao ca sát xây một cái khả năng mà hay sự trộn hay sự đồ hạ tá sau đó cả đây đối với này trộn được về nè hay này cái sao trộn được về nè.
The question is that how many more witnesses will be appearing in the court starting from next week onwards. And another question, how long, when will Good Trial finish and when will the verdict announced? Okay, the answer is that I'm very happy to see Matra here, probably right you from Northern, which I miss you a lot, I think. So it's good to see you here. And the answer is that we don't know how many more witnesses. Maybe Lars can tell you the number, but we can not reveal the name as well, or the identity. And another question, when will Good Trial finish? The answer is that as planned, the judges will continue the proceeding until October 1st. But we cannot say whether it finished on October 1st or finished before October 1st. And also regarding verdict, the answer is that I can't answer right now. Only the judge can tell you when the verdict will be announced. ចម្លើយគឺថាសាក្សីចំនួនពិតប្រាកដនឹងមាននៅក្នុងដៃទេឲ្យលោកបានអត់សន្និដ្ឋានមានក៏ដឹងប៉ុន្តែគេទូទៅគឺយើងមិនអាចបញ្ជាក់អត្តសញ្ញាណសាក្សីមុនពេលដែលតុលាការប្រកាសទេហើយសួរថាវិញចប់ពេលណាគឺយើងដឹងថាតុលាការបានគ្រោងចប់នៅគ្រោងធ្វើដល់ថ្ងៃ1ខែ10ឆ្នាំ2009ប៉ុន្តែគ្រោងនេះគឺអាចចប់មុនឬចប់ក្រោយអញ្ចឹងយើងនេះគឺអាស្រ័យទៅលើពេលវេលាដែលចៅក្រមគាត់សម្រេចឲ្យចុះទាក់ទងនឹងថាតើគេអានសារក្រមប្រកាសនៅពេលណានោះក៏យើងមិនទាន់ដឹងដែរ Don't you want to add something?
Thank you. You're right. Well, as you are aware, there was a scheduling order issued 2 weeks ago where they basically said that they will call another 13 witnesses before 26th of August. Now they have called 3, so that means that it remains 10 until 26th of August. But as we said in the previous press briefing, whether they will call additional witnesses after this, that's up to the discretion of the chamber. When it comes to the verdict, there are no provisions in the internal rules governing time limits for the verdict after the trial itself has ended. But it's obviously will take some time. If you look at other tribunals, you will see that there is some time, not meaning not days and weeks, but probably at least a couple of months from the end of the trial until there will be a verdict. Whether this will be this year or whatever, depends on the trial chamber, as someone said.
យើងសូមบอกសង្ខេបគឺថាមានការបរិច្ឆេទកំណត់ថាត្រូវអានសារក្រមទៅពេលណាទេនៅក្នុងវិធានផ្ទៃក្នុងក៏មិនបានចែកថាកំណត់វិធានផ្ទៃក្នុងត្រូវអានក្នុងរយៈពេលប្រហែលខែដែរក៏ប៉ុន្តែបើយោងទៅលើបទពិសោធន៍អន្តរជាតិនៅតុលាការផ្សេងៗគឺការប្រកាសសារក្រមក្រោយពេលដែលចប់សកម្មភាពហើយគឺមិនមែនធ្វើដោយកំណត់ថាថ្ងៃទេហើយក៏មិនមែនសប្តាហ៍ដែរគឺអាចដល់ខែយ៉ាងហោចណាស់ក៏2 ទៅ 3 ខែដើម្បីឲ្យដំណើរការនៃការជំនុំជម្រះនេះមានភាពស្របជាក់បានជាក់ដែរអស់ហើយយើងទៅញ៉ាំបាយគ្លៀនបាយដែរ If no question we go for lunch. I actually hungry.